All right, folks, it's Shadowland's time. We are now on session 18. I still can't believe that. In some ways, uh,
Our
when we
our
left
RP
off,
is all
when
grown up.
They grow up so fast.
when we left off last week.
Our session is fuckable now. Just want that to be
I
known.
wasn't going to go there.
Thank you, Chris.
I
we
did.
so
I
needed that.
wanted
So when we last left off, our heroes had just left Welgard, where bad shit went down. They had rescued the brother of Serana, Adric. And
You sure his name isn't Arctic?
it's definitively Adric.
Oh.
It's Serana, not Sarissa.
Yeah.
It could be Saressa.
No, it really
No,
can't.
No.
And you guys decided to head toward, and Kana had chased after what he was pretty sure was Zelia leaving the town after the explosion at the top of the palace. And she dropped a box with a note and a gem in it with instructions on how to contact Lord Jadis to set up a potential meeting. At which point the group regrouped and started heading back down towards Winterhaven, I believe. Or was it Leafhaven? One or the other.
Winterhaven, I believe.
Something Haven.
Someone actually put up a list of locations in the game on the wiki now, so we actually have that.
Sweet. I'll go double check that later. Anyways, you guys are headed there. Actually, yeah, pretty much we left off. You hadn't quite gotten there yet. You camped for the night to sort of discuss exactly what your plans were. And I believe your plans were you're going to use a gem to contact Jadis to set up a meeting somewhere near, I think it's Leafhaven, actually. Or is Winterhaven?
It's Winterhaven.
It's
I
Winterhaven.
think I read this.
Okay, Winterhaven.
I'm trusting our fan community that they know.
We'll go with Winterhaven. So, you are camping. You're sort of actually, let me get the tokens a bit more sort of there-ish, sort of, you know, roughly we're a little bit, sort of actually the square in the middle of you guys, roughly. And Chris muted himself before he sneezed.
I got it.
Nicely done. And you had...
Kana's gonna talk with a raspy voice the rest of the session, I think. Raspy Bane voice. Oh, come to die with your shit, have you?
At any rate, so you are camped for the night. Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
What is it you're doing?
Is Arctic still awake by any chance? Adric?
Adric. Adric is awake because he does have some trouble actually sleeping particularly well. Derek's medical treatments have been pretty good, but he does have significant burns on his body, and that's kind of painful. So if he's asleep, he's sleeping fitfully, but he's not asleep at the moment, no.
Okay. I'll then go over and try to comfort him, something like that. You know, try to make sure he's comfortable and try to help him get to sleep.
He thanks you and eventually drifts off to sleep, fitfully.
I'm going to, I guess, are we just like setting up dinner now, or like how late is it?
You finished dinner, basically, and
We finished dinner.
Adric is sort of tucking in for the night.
I'm just going to basically go over and start kind of trying to give Nucky a massage, try to, you know, soothe his muscles.
The wolf seems appreciative.
If anyone else has anything they want to do.
Derek is trying to explain to his wolf the benefits of enchanting magical items. Not at this particular juncture, no.
Okay.
At this time, no.
No, because I'm actually trying to get fucking CB loader to load up. So.
Chris.
Oh, shit, that's right. So, go ahead.
Were you going to use the gem tonight?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to wait until we get into actual Winterhaven to do that.
Okay.
But before we leave the forested area, like I guess early morning,
Sure.
when we start getting into the mountains, I'm actually going to want to do something before we leave.
Well, you're actually not going to be going through the mountains to get down to Winterhaven.
Okay.
You know, Welgard's right there, so you basically just go south like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
You'll have to ford the river, but other than that.
I'll cross that one whenever we do. Yes. Sorry. So no, I guess beyond me with the wolf, I don't think there's anything going on. I don't know if we want to do shifts. Well, I mean, we're going to do shifts. I don't know if anything's going to happen during them. I guess we can set up individual ones. We'll do the usual. Derek and Dahlia, if they have anything they want to do.
Oh, do I have anything interesting planned for this evening? No. All right. Nothing really happens during that unless you want something to happen during one of the shifts. But
Well, I'll actually do something during shift with Khan and me.
okay. Well, then it is the early shift. Then is the last shift of the night.
Well, did anyone else have something to do before we cut right to that? Did Dahlia and Derek have anything they want to do?
I'm good.
I'm
Arclight?
good for now.
Okay. I just wanted to specifically make sure we get that.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Soraya?
No, okay. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
The wolf to talk to now.
Alright. I should have planned this out better because now I'm fucking up what I'm thinking. Alright. Well, during a shift, I'll actually go to sit down next to Kana, and I'll actually start off by saying, this is going to be hard for me, but I want to say first off, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what. And as he says, I want to know, kind of still kind of trying to massage Nucky, kind of pick out any sort of knots in his fur, things like that.
Well, I'm sorry because you know that night you did get knocked out, right?
Yeah.
Something did happen other than just you being knocked out. And you should know about this, especially to where we are heading next. You see, when you walked away, I actually saw you walking back to me. And you led me away off into the woods into a different area. But it wasn't you. It was actually Exalia. I don't know why I did not tell you this night, but that night, Exalia did come to me. She talked to me as if she were you, and she actually learned a lot from me. A lot about me and what you mean to me.
What'd she find out?
Mainly how much you mean to me. She found out that one of my greatest fears is to lose you right now.
Did she do anything to you?
She did do something to me. She gave me a threat saying that the only way to save your life, because she assured me you were poisoned and not just sedated as you were, was to actually give her a kiss. And, well, I did that because I did not want to lose you whatsoever.
You can see Kana's left or right hand is clenching and unclenching over and over again.
I figured you should know this because if we do talk to Jadis, it could be a possibility that Exalia will be there too, and she might use you or me against one of us to gain her favor.
The reason you didn't say anything when this first happened is...
I don't know. I just shut down at that point. I sat there and everything happened so fast, just between the thought of losing you. I thought I had to go running out after you, save you from poison and everything. Once everything just got lifted up, I just kind of broke down.
I'm sorry.
No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I'm sorry because it's my fault. I mean, if I would known she was coming, if I didn't get knocked out that easily, if I had given her a weakness that she could exploit from you,
It's nothing of the sort. Just a foul demon. You shouldn't be sorry, not at all. I should be sorry for lying to everyone. And everyone will know this in the morning. I just wanted to tell you first. Alright?
thanks.
No problem.
You know the amazing thing about these wolves, we left them there for a month. And the entire time, they're being forced to fight. They're being hurt, starved. But when we come back, everything's just fine to them. It's like seeing an old friend, you know, they're just so happy. I admire that unconditional love, loyalty, sorry, loyalty, you know what I mean? She's not going to win again.
No, she won't. Yeah, at this point, Zealous would actually walk over to his wolf and start massaging him too. Why not?
I think we can call that a scene.
Yep. All right. In that case, nothing else happens before morning, so it is morning. Breakfast is had, etc., and you can head out.
Well, during breakfast, I am actually going to tell the rest of the party the encounter with Exalia, essentially say the same thing over and over again. I'm sorry, what happened and everything.
Derek gets a little upset that he wasn't completely honest with him again. Why do you people lie to me?
It's the first time he lied to you.
No, it's not. I know you've done it before.
Prove it.
You can't. Shut up.
You're not really from Germany.
What?
I guess once we get going, I guess there's going to be a point where we're actually going to stop, I guess, to take a rest or something like that.
Yep, that's entirely likely.
When that happens, I'm actually going to come up to Soraya. And I'm going to ask her if we could go hunting.
Now?
Just something quick, you know. The wolves, they haven't gotten a good meal in a better part of a month, so.
Can do. Yeah, might as well. I was going to bother doing it in RPs, not RPs, like nature checks if there's anything around, but don't worry about it. Head out.
All right, so the two of you are going to head out and do a little bit of hunting before the rest ends. That's fine.
Well, right there, I'm going to ask, so what do you do when you decide to hunt? I mean, when you've found a target, like what goes through your head, Soraya?
Not something I've ever thought about. I don't know. You don't think much. You make sure you're quiet. You check to make sure you aren't being hunted in return. Why this now, Kana? Why? You haven't tried to speak to me in the entire time we've been out here. Now you're asking about my speciality. Why?
I know we've sort of had this sort of unspoken separation from one another, and if you think I'm getting invasive or doing anything to harm that, just tell me and I'll stop. But
I
I've
don't
got a hunt.
mind. I don't mind talking. I just don't waste words. You know what I mean? I don't feel the need to chatter about anything, but I'll answer your questions if you have them.
Just as precise with your words as you are with your shot. That sort of thing.
Yeah, if you say so.
I'm tired of losing, and I'm looking to do a hunt of my own if I get the opportunity. So I just wanted to get the insight from you since you seem to be so good at these sort of things.
Well, the insight all depends on what you're trying to hunt. Would you have to
It's not a
ground?
boar,
Yeah, you know, I'm guessing what you refer is winged prey.
maybe.
Well, obviously they're much harder to track. You have to know where they roost, where they're going to be, and have a way of pinning them in place if you can't chase them.
I think I might know of a way to follow her wherever she goes. I just need to make sure I can get her before she gets me.
I know you're not going to like this, Connor, but if you're going after the succubus, then look, she's powerful, but I've no doubt you could probably handle her in a straight fight if you're equipped. The one rule of hunting, you never go in unprepared. You may not like involving the rest of us, but if there's one person here that's going to be able to know and find out information about a succubus, it's your brother. I can teach you some basic tracking techniques, but he's going to be the one that can find out about how to beat a succubus. You
No, you're
have to
right.
involve all of us.
You're right. It's a team. It's going to be a team job. I think it's clear by now I can't handle it on my own. Just, again, tell me if I'm getting too personal, but what is it with you and goblins?
Um, put it this way. If we met another succubus right now, evil or not, evil intent or not, what would you do?
I mean, they're evil creatures. I mean, they
Mm,
exist to prey on man, so
so you'd attack, right?
I try to find out its intentions first.
Well,
More
now
than
you're making
likely,
me
yeah.
sound like a monster.
I mean, you have to have a reason. I'm just, again, maybe this is not the right time for this.
There's a reason I spend most of my time alone in the woods, and I don't like being around cities and towns and civilization. Because in the woods, I'm on my own. I can look after myself. Nothing can sneak up on me. I'm the hunter, not the hunted.
Aren't you just telling me that I need to start looking for other people's help?
That's when it comes to supernatural beings, not... And she's literally going to physically pause before she spits out the word goblins. If you must know, the reason I hunt alone is because my entire village was wiped out by a goblin raid. I lived as part of a druidic community. You may notice some of my abilities are very spiritual in nature. And
I do notice a lot of bats showing up a lot.
nature takes many forms. It was a powerful but peaceful settlement. Lived in balance as best you can, but as usual, somebody wasn't happy with that arrangement. Somebody decided to upset things. They waited until the winter, when nature's power is at its weakest, and sent hordes of filthy goblins into our camp and killed everyone. I don't know who. I don't know why. All I know, goblins did it. Goblins will pay.
Sorry to make you bring that up.
That's fine.
Thanks for the advice. I'll keep it to heart.
Sarai's literally like sat, not fuming, but you know, you can see that in her eyes she's kind of angry. If Kana wants to head back to the group, she's going to stay there for a little while.
Yeah, I'll probably leave her to her own devices.
Okay.
I think we'll call that a scene unless Sarah has something she wants to do.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Well,
Yep.
while they're doing that, I might as well do something too.
Okay.
And Zealous will actually head over to Derek and start going. Derek, can I ask you a favor real quick?
What's up?
I told you about the Azalea thing, but I believe
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. I believe she holds a curse over me. And I believe you're the only man I know and trust that could actually remove such a curse from me.
Well, I can see if I can find one on you.
Be most appreciated.
All right, hold still.
Alright.
I'm sensing an Arcana check.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sensing an Arcana
Are you-
check.
What's that you're saying? Are you saying I'm going to do an Arcana check?
Ow.
Oh,
There's definitely some sort of magical aura about him.
About him specifically,
Well,
not his
it's-
items or anything?
No, it's him. Yeah.
Okay. I almost feel like he could like produce like doctor's tools, like the little light you shine in someone's ear or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's definitely some sort of magical effect on him that has the 19. Yeah, there's definitely a very slight infernal taint to the aura. Yes.
Well, I don't know too much about, how you guys, your race is supposed to, feel or anything, but this doesn't seem right. It does look like something's happened to you. You don't have any, like, previous curses you're carrying around that you also didn't tell me about or anything? At this point, he's using a more sarcastic tone than anything.
no, I have no curses that I know of, other than the succubus one.
Okay. Succubus curse. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm actually not sure if this would be more religious or another check to
Either or.
determine that stuff. Okay. Does Derek know anything about succubus curses? With an 18.
With an 18, you do know that there are legends that succubi can, by through physical contact, usually via kissing, ensorcel mortals, and
Sorcerer.
basically turn them into, eventually turn them into, loyal consorts. The initial
Right.
sort of the early uses of it, basically, the person who's affected by it can't, willingly attack the succubus and will defend the succubus if they're near enough to them and sort of leap in the way of blows and such.
So in an out of character comparison, that's essentially what Zelia was talking about with becoming addicted to her kisses.
Yes.
It has a greater effect the more it happens.
Yep.
Okay.
You do know that for most succubi, the curse has to be renewed
Periodically.
fairly often. Actually, you're not
Oh, okay.
you're not sure the actual duration.
All right.
Not with that roll. You need to roll slightly higher.
Right. Well, I rolled kind of crappy twice in a row. That's all right. I mean, theoretically, I would think that just staying away from her would take it away, but I don't know how long this is supposed to last. You said this happened, well, let's see, a couple of days ago?
Well, it happened before that. Because that night I tried to attack her before the one kiss, and I could not, so... And
So you were still affected by that one time she kissed you while we were fighting her?
As an aside, that sounds like it's much longer than it should be.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
And possibly...
That was like months, right?
Month and a half, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and possibly if the dream in Wellguard was not a dream, it could have been there too.
Hmm. 3 kisses over a month and a half. It does seem like it's more effective than it should be, though. Well, I guess I could consult the thing that supposedly knows more than I do. But I would say that, it would be best to avoid her, but for one thing, that's kind of not going to happen. And for another thing, it doesn't sound like it'd do too much good with how effective it's been on you so far. I mean, I guess I could roll another Arcana check to see if I know how to get rid of it, but I imagine that I don't because
you would have needed to roll higher on that check to get that.
Yeah, I was just double checking. I figured that the most recent roll discounted that possibility.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. I'll have to do more research. For one thing, if she's more powerful than a regular succubus, then it'll be difficult to know for certain what will and won't work. That's just when I need another teammate who got cursed by something we encountered. Soon enough, I'll be surrounded by zombies.
Well, let's hope one of them's not me.
You are honestly third on my list of priorities right now. Actually tied for third. No offense.
Oh, whatever you
You kind of playfully punches Else in the shoulder.
Oh, whatever you can dig up. That'd be good with me.
All right.
Good scene.
Okay. Anything else, Nick? Or are you gonna just move?
I'm going to assume he'll pull out the book later.
Okay, just let me know when you want to pull out the book, and I'll handle that.
Right.
Because it's about time for you guys to head out again, pretty much.
Yeah, that was essentially the reason.
All right,
like
so
when they settle down or something.
all right, so you set out again. You figure you guys guess that by the evening you'll be. Let me just move the tokens here for a second. Sort of coming up about there-ish, sort of in the bend of the river before the sort of little lake, and then from there it's pretty much a straight shot south. Actually, now I'm looking at the map. Probably be there-ish actually, and then you'll basically have to go down to here. So it's basically another day's travel after you cross the river. But you don't want to cross the river during the night.
I just saw the messages that Chris sent out about that scene.
It seemed like that's the way it was going.
I'm detecting magic from your mouse. I have to do an Arcana check on them.
Slashy!
I heard you like redheads.
At any rate,
That's disturbing.
Anyway,
Sorry, I've just seen the bit Neochick put in the chat. Soraya's the only one not cursed because she doesn't have time to curse. To be cursed, she's got a whole race to kill.
all right. So you guys ride on for the rest of the day, and night falls, and you come up sort of on the bend of the river. It looks like it's actually probably a pretty decent spot to camp. So you guys can set up watches and such.
This time I can pull out the book. We
Absolutely.
have settled down for the night.
All right, so Derek, you open the book. It has the standard. What do you wish to ask?
I will ask it. Let's see. Using the specific information that I know in order to narrow down all the stupid stuff that it gives me every time I do this, I'm indicate. Okay, so what would be the possible effects of a succubus curse that would turn an unwilling subject into one of her consorts if the succubus in question had kissed the subject in question a minimum of once and a maximum of twice in a 1.5 month period up to the incident in which she invoked that power in order to prevent him from attacking her.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, this is like a fucking science test, man. I'm lost.
That's what. Well, that means it has to give a more specific answer.
Okay, you actually get a very nice, straightforward answer from the book on this one. The book says a standard succubus, if more than if the kiss is for most succubi, the kiss must be reapplied every 24 hours for the effect for it to be effective.
Okay.
Longer than that, and the effect would fade.
Yes.
What else are you trying to get out of it, Nick? So I need to know what you're trying to what info you're getting.
Well, it was what I asked it.
Yeah, that's basically after 24 hours it should wear off with a standard succubus.
But it didn't.
Right. So
I ask it to. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm asking it to. What's the word?
extrapolate.
Yes. No. Well, maybe. I don't know. The possibility of, say, for example, does that mean she's not a succubus?
Okay. So you're stating to the book that this effect did happen. What is the likelihood of it still being a succubus, or what other things could possibly call it? Right. Fair enough. The book says basically that if the subject was unable to attack the succubus, and the subject had not been kissed by the succubus in in a longer period than that, but with the stated intervals, the succubus would have to be a significantly more powerful than the average succubus. It mentions that there is sort of a caste system almost amongst them, and the sort of upper two tiers this is likely.
Okay. I'm going to say, in that case, waiting 24 hours for the curse to wear off of the subject is not an option. How could I free him of the curse?
Removing the curse of a greater succubus. Option 1, slaying the succubus will end the curse.
Okay.
Option 2, it is possible to transfer the curse to another willing subject. This would require a lengthy and difficult ritual.
And a willing subject.
Yes.
We gotta go through the streets. Hey, who wants to die right between those succubus's thighs?
Me. Wait a minute.
Black John's like, no.
Let's see. There's a difficult ritual that would take approximately 5 hours to complete. And would be very.
That's just to transfer it.
It's just to transfer it. To permanently remove the curse would require a. Hang on, let me check the notes on this. This is my notes here. Yeah. Okay. Removing the curse entirely to destroy the curse without destroying the succubus or the subject would require a fairly powerful holy relic, basically a relic imbued with the powers of the gods,
Well, that's easy enough.
Yeah. Ideally, an object blessed by Sehanine would be ideal.
Sunny. Okay. Well,
She's the goddess of love, so.
Yeah. Well, she's not one of the three that's free, is she?
No.
The drow don't even believe in true love. Those monsters.
They locked away love. Don't worry, guys. We've got someone coming. It's just the darkness right in, and I believe like, woohoo! Everyone just starts fucking as he passes over them. We're just like, best end to the campaign ever, Peter.
And then they change the songs to "Really Growing on Me," and then it's like, oh.
Oh no.
Mental note, it just turned into a fucking Sailor Moon parody. I'm putting an arrow through everyone's head.
Anyway,
It's not.
if that is the extent to what the book says,
just double check
I
this.
have a
Might be-
follow-up question. Though.
It does have one other note.
Well, no.
Sort of note on greater succubi. Some of them do collect collect consorts and do not immediately kill them off and they tend to prefer species for this that have longer than human lifespans.
All right. Several questions actually. One, can the greater succubus apply this curse to more than one subject at a time?
Yes.
Okay. Second, would the succubus conceivably target women?
That is for
Specifically
a greater
specifically
succubus.
this-
Yes.
With the greater succubus?
Actually, succubi can use this power on anybody.
Well, yeah, I'm specifically asking in a outside of combat
Right.
practice.
Yeah, the greater succubi greater succubi do favor males, but they do occasionally. Some of them do branch out into women.
All right, and lastly, are there preventative measures that can be taken to prevent this curse from being applied to a subject in the first place?
I'm going to avoid the snarky answer. Don't be kissed by one.
Yeah,
Beyond that,
I think Eric at this point has gotten used to skipping the first line.
Yeah.
The Wadsworth constant of the tone.
Like how does one avoid being eaten by a dragon? Don't come across any dragons. Next.
It's the tone with sassiness, the tone of oh no she didn't.
Well, it doesn't actually say that because that's not really what Derek was asking. To prevent the kiss from being effective, there is a ritual that can be performed that would cost 100 gold worth of components, and would take approximately an hour to perform, and it would protect one person from being completely being affected by a regular succubus's kiss, and would prevent would basically make a greater succubus's as effective as a regular succubus's.
Could this be used to prevent the greater succubus's kiss from being reapplied and thus strengthening the current effect?
It would, as I said, it basically would turn it into effectively being kissed by a regular succubus. So the kiss would have to be reapplied the next day, otherwise the effect would break.
Right. Okay. Okay. I think that's about all I've got. Before we turn for the night, Derek is going to approach Zealous. Just kind of shrug. He's like, well, I don't think we could do. If you happen to know somebody who, wants to become a succubus's sex slave. But I don't think that we're going to find too many people like that.
I don't know. There's a few desperate people down in the docks.
It seems a little, bad to do, though.
So?
Yeah.
It'd be happy.
So it looks like our best option is to kill the bitch.
I'd love to.
Okay,
But-
I guess that won't be a problem then.
I have a problem with that. You guys don't.
Well, killing Zelia? Oh,
No,
you
I
mean
can't get
you mean just the first? Okay, I didn't quite get that. All right.
Thank you for your help, Derek.
Yeah, well, I did what I could.
Before we turn in for the night, Con is actually going to go up to Derek.
Oh, please, not you two.
Not me, what?
Never mind. What's going on?
Hey, I'm going to look up to see where Dolly is right now. As a heads up, I used one of the crystals that we got from the Winter Court to let them know about the fake creatures we've been finding. And then to let them know about Dahlia. Not specifically her, but trying to find out some way to remove embedded phylactery from somebody.
Hmm.
I don't know how much that thing can understand, but just to make sure he doesn't sabotage anything, I'm keeping it quiet from Dahlia right now.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know how they're going to get in contact with us, though, so I guess keep our eyes open, see if we can't get anything from them.
Right.
You doing all right?
About as well as I could, given the situation, I guess.
I'm going to go over then. I'm going to leave unless he has anything else he wants to say. And I'm going to start.
I would say that when she gets up, he looks like he's about to say something, but then he falls quiet.
I'm going to then go back and I'm going to start praying to Avandra.
Okay. You pray to Avandra.
Yay!
Not much happens.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. We did two completely different victory themes there.
Which one were you doing? I couldn't hear
I
you.
can't remember. Where is it from? Dun 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 dun. I can't remember where that's from.
I have no clue.
It's
I
from a
think-
place.
Woohoo.
Oh, it's from Mario. Oh yeah, of course.
Ah. All right. So,
Next morning.
the next morning, unless you guys anything else you want to do, because nothing happens during the night.
I don't have anything. Just kind of is going to stay close to Zealous when they're on their watch. And when they sleep, she's going to sleep next to him.
Oh. All right. So, it is morning. The wolves are up and about. And you have to ford the river. So I'm going to need a few skill checks for that.
Can I use history to bring up my knowledge of Oregon Trail?
No.
I was going to
Damn
say
it.
Soraya checks to see if she can find a low
I'm back.
point in the river
That
with
would
a nature check.
that would definitely be a help.
Nature check. Where am I? Where am I? There we go.
Can
Nature.
we find an Indian, pay it for clothings to get across?
30. Yeah, you actually find a very nice, suitable place that you think you could ford the river pretty easily.
Which
Yay.
one of us gets dysentery?
None of you. Well, that depends. So,
It's like, let's not say no yet.
so you're crossing the river. I need either an athletics or an endurance check from everybody.
Go.
23.
Athletics.
Oh, good.
Ah, shit.
29.
Acrobatics. Hang on a sec.
This guy's like, shit.
I don't have athletics. Max. Athletics or endurance, you said?
Yep, either or.
I didn't even need my freaking training. I roll a goddamn natural 20 on this shit.
Hey,
Hey. Good job, Zealous.
Yay.
Hey!
All right. You all make it across the river. Intact.
Now
You
it's
weren't
time-
eaten by alligators.
Now it's time for Adric to fail his and start drowning.
No, who is Adric riding with, by the way?
I think
I think
he was
it's still
riding
Zealous.
with Zealous.
Wasn't it originally me?
No, it was Zealous. He only wanted to be with
Zealous,
other-
right.
or Zealous.
All right, so he's riding with Zealous. Zealous. The 19. Yeah, that's good enough. So you managed to hold on to him. He's not washed off the wolf.
That would have been tragic.
Yes.
Don't worry, Serana. We honored your memory by saving your brother. Whoosh. Well, there he went.
Well, these things happen.
I can play for like Edric even there, so.
Hey, hang on. I'm fucking insulted by this. I am fucking insulted. What, man?
Audio responses.
I say I sing.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you. I was trying. I'm taking my ball and I'm going home.
No, seriously.
All right, I have to show this for people who watch the
Oh,
recording.
God.
So I'll also bring this over here so that everybody can see.
Here and say you did an incredible RP this session, and it was, the pic's very funny.
She's got like a heads up display like Terminator style. One of the options is "fuck you, asshole."
Oh my. So we crossed the river safely.
You cross the river safely, and you ride up to Winterhaven at sort of late afternoon.
All right, before we get to Winter Haven, I'm actually going to grab Adric real quick.
Okay, Adric sort of says, yeah?
Adric, what do you want to do? Like, remember like a dream or anything?
Don't know. It's been so long. I've been working with the, I've been a slave really for several years now. I don't really remember my dreams much anymore.
Do you have anything you wanted to do?
I
Job you always thought would be nice to have?
I don't know anymore. All I've really thought about is, doing what I was told to do and trying to make sure I survived. That's all.
Mind if I give you a suggestion?
I'll listen.
About working at the stables.
Maybe.
Something to do with your hands, physical, something you can work with, but you get to be around the horses, and if anyone ever comes try to take away your freedom again, you can always just hop on one of those horses and ride away from it,
Uh-huh. That's something to think about at least, especially once these burns heal up.
Just take your time and
Well, thanks.
remember that your life's your own now.
Thanks. The one thing I do want to do, I do know I want to do is see if I can find my parents, but
I'm going to try to help you with that.
thanks.
Don't thank me.
Well, you kind of saved my life. I kind of owe you thanks for that at least.
It's my duty.
Okay.
Just
He seems a little perplexed by that, but sort of shrugs.
yeah, I'm going to stop there and if he hangs back with Celis or if he wants to ride with me, it doesn't matter.
He'll ride with whoever. At this point, he'll ride with pretty much whomever is willing to carry him at this point.
All right.
He seems to be doing much better now. I mean, the burns have healed, and he's a little bit less sort of shell-shocked. And with that, you arrive at Winterhaven.
Huzzah!
Hey!
Town seems to be doing about the same as it was last time you were there. The city watcher recognizes you and says, "Oh, it's so they wave at you and they let you into town." They seem a little nervous about the wolves, but they have dealt with with orcs.
Nucky comes into town, needs a cat.
But they have dealt with the orcs before, so they have an idea of how to sort of stable riding wolves. They just don't do it very often.
As we'll stable our wolves up, and I'm going to ask, is the mayor around?
Yes, she is. I think she's actually at the tavern right now, having dinner.
Do you mind if we get a conversation with her?
I'm sure she'd be happy to talk to you. Come on. He leads you over towards the inn. The inn is quiet, but it's Yeah, it's a bit early in the evening for dinner. The mayor seems to be eating early for some reason or another. May be that she eats early. Other than that, the tavern's fairly quiet. She recognizes you all as you walk in, and she sort of says, "Ah, it's good to see you again. Please join me."
I'm sorry. Did we ever get her name?
No, because I
Did
had named
we?
her.
Okay.
Yes! A name we didn't forget.
The mayor's name is going to be Jenna because that is a fast and easy one to remember.
All right, Jenna, mayor of Winter Haven. I already know I misspelled Jenna because I know there's going to be a Q somewhere in here.
No, it's spelled the way you almost certainly think it is.
Is it G or J?
Jenna?
Yes,
Okay.
it's
I mean, the way that Jenna is spelled?
yeah.
I know a Jenna that has G.
Hey, look, I've heard
Okay, shut
John,
the hell up, Arclight.
I've
I
heard
do know.
John spelled before, and there's never a fucking A in it.
What?
I've heard John spelled before.
He's not human.
No, I just want to check.
Well, even the way, hell, the way that Gav spelled John was different too.
Anyways,
John, wonder if you might be able to do us a favor.
John.
Jenna.
Jenna. God damn it. Fucking up.
You're
How do you fuck up Jenna, Chris?
sessions.
Because you're just talking about John.
You were talking about John.
That's a good point.
It's a thing.
Anyway,
Jenna, I was wondering if you could do me a favor.
If I can do it, I'd be happy to.
Boy, Adric, we rescued him from some danger, but unfortunately his family didn't make it. He has nowhere else to go right now, and I was wondering if the city might be able to take care of him until his wounds heal, and then he could help out.
Oh well, sure, we'd be happy to help. I mean, we've got room. I'm sure we can find something for him to do. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, thank you.
So what brings you to, other than dropping off this young man, what brings you to Winterhaven?
We've got some things to handle, people we're trying to meet.
Okay. Well, you know you're always welcome here. Eldred seems to be doing pretty well. He's actually been helping out both the watch. Some nights he's volunteering with them, and he's been doing some hunting for for food and such here and there.
this is the guy that we saved from the coal, right?
No, he's the guy you saved. He's the guy who was running away from the Winter Court.
Oh, okay. Getting turned around from random guys we've saved now.
Jeez, Nick, can't you remember their names?
Nope.
The guy you saved from the cult was Hans.
He's back. He's the right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course. Yes. Okay.
All right, so the inn is as usual, very reasonably priced, and the food's pretty good.
After everyone's eaten, I'm going to call everyone together in one of the rooms upstairs.
Okay.
And I assume everyone comes in, or it's like Soraya outside, like, no!
By the way, it was
no,
Eldred.
no.
It was Eldred on the run from the Winter Court. Hans was the guy who was almost an elemental guy.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so you are gathered in a room.
Yes.
All right. So we're all clear on what we're doing? I say 2 days from now, in this inn, myself, Zealous, and Dahlia.
Right.
Does that work?
In this inn now?
I thought about doing it somewhere more private, maybe out in the wilderness, but I don't want to give him any more advantage than he might already have.
Also putting several people's lives in danger if Jadis is as strong as he is.
Do you think he'll kill these people, though?
He was turning people into fire elementals.
We could try having the meeting in front of where that fate portal was, then. Thoughts?
Jadis does seem to be the arrogant type. If you made it public, I don't think he'd be the one that'd want to blow everything off out of proportion. He's very much about control.
Trying to protect his image.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's 5 of us. Let's do a vote. Do we want to do it here, or do we want to do it out where the Fate Portal was?
Fey portal.
I'm fine with it being here, but I might be wrong.
I honestly think there's less chance of him attacking here than out in the wilderness. God knows I prefer it out there, but I think his, the idea I got of him, his arrogance, his mindset, he'd be more likely to not, reveal his hand in public. I will say... I'll say here.
Dahlia?
I actually don't know what's going on because the last time I passed out. I last time literally passed out at the end of the session, so I don't know what is going on right now.
Oh, you don't actually know what you agreed to?
No,
You agreed to be part of the group that would...
because you were like Arclight, no, yeah.
Okay. Real quick, we got the gem that basically Jada sent to us. He said that
It's like
speak
when
the
you want to
message.
meet me. Or something
Yeah,
like that.
and we want to do it so that not all of us are there, so he doesn't feel threatened. We basically want Jadis to be the one who shows up. So we wanted to go in with very limited numbers. It was Kana and Zealous, and we asked if Dahlia wanted in. With the sort of hesitation on that is if the Draco Lich can understand what's happening, if he might use this to his advantage. Basically giving him too much information. So would Dahlia want in on that conversation?
I'm going to say yes, actually.
Okay. Then what we're deciding now is whether we're going to have the meeting here in the inn in Winter Haven or if we want to have it out where the Fate Portal was out in the wilderness, just a little bit of ways.
I think it might be best to conduct it here.
All right, Derek, your vote doesn't matter.
I was going to say it would be fine here anyway.
Okay. Then if there's no hesitation, no concerns,
Where should Soraya and I be while this is happening?
near the area in case anything happens, but
I mean, you want us to be keeping an active lookout in case,
There is always the option of tracking him if he leaves.
maybe Soraya on the roof, see if she could find them where they're heading after that, but
That's what I was
basically
thinking.
just back up.
Either way, I'm probably best up on the roof.
All right. Ready for this, son?
I'm ready.
Really?
Yep.
All right. I'm going to pick up the gem,
Okay.
the ruby red thing.
Yep.
I think it was just a ruby. I'm going to say we would like to meet with Jadis at the inn in Winter Haven in 3 days' time, and I'm going to give him a room number,
Okay.
whichever one the one we are in right now.
Yep.
I'm going to say the people who are meeting him will be Kana, Zealous, and Dahlia. We will be armed, but we have no intention of using our weapons. We only want to talk. And I'm going to smash the crystal.
All right. When you smash the crystal, There's a bright flash of red light. Kana, when you regain your vision, you are standing in a large circular stone room.
Somehow I knew
Oh,
that
that
you're gonna
dick.
be transported.
Um,
Somehow I knew that magical bullshit.
I'll get to what's going on in a second here.
Oh my.
Standing across from you in the room, actually standing isn't actually accurate. Lounging on a chair across the room from you is the familiar form of Zelia. She sort of looks up at you and says, "Ah, Kana, I'm so glad it was you who broke the gem. Please," she gestures to a chair behind you. "Have a seat."
Wow.
Okay. Well, I'm going to draw my sword. I think we're supposed to cut there.
Chris,
Or we stay
I will
with-
say this. You reach for your sword. It is not on your back.
Oh, fuck me.
But you do sense that there is a presence behind you. Now I'm going to cut to the rest of the group for a second. You guys, you are standing in the room. Kana has smashed crystal. There's a bright flash of light. And you find that all of you are standing there in the room, but Kana is rock still and not moving.
Kana?
She does not seem to respond in any way.
Oh, shit. I knew I should have checked out a crystal before we do anything. Derek will attempt to determine her condition first. Well, I'll just roll Arcana and then heal.
Okay.
31 and 19.
Well, the 31 actually tell you almost everything you need to know. She is trapped in some sort of... you are able to determine very quickly that she is currently being forced to astrally project.
Oh.
So her body is here, but her mind is elsewhere.
Is there a way to get her back?
Yes, but it would. But you actually know what you know of there's a ritual to bring her back. It'll take about an hour to complete, though.
Oh, by the time. I honestly don't know this. Would she possibly be in any danger while she's astrally projecting?
Without Arcana check, yeah, you'd know this. Only if she was to get into a fight in the astral plane and was defeated. That would probably kill her.
Ooh. Oh.
No one knows what to do. Zealous is actually going to clear the bed and put Kana's body on the bed laying down.
Okay, that is difficult because you are
Well,
moving
she's
dead
standing
weight.
So what?
So it'll...
Because none of us have a strength above 13, that's why.
yeah, that's sort of the problem. Two of you can do it pretty easily, though. So
Okay, I help her.
Yep.
I help Zealous.
All right, so you help her to the bed. And we'll cut back to Kana now. And Kana, as I said, there is another individual behind you. And Zelia sort of makes a quizzical noise. Says, "Huh, seems you brought a friend."
I'm
Oh.
going to turn around.
You see a large form, looks pretty much human, wearing sort of almost looks like wrought iron plate armor. It's completely encased from head to toe. There's basically sort of a dull red glowing light coming from the eye slit. Kana, you are certain this is a physical representation of Sten.
I guess I did.
Please, be seated, Kana. I just wish to talk with you briefly.
You want to talk with me?
Well, I was going to talk with whomever broke the crystal, but you'll do.
Begrudgingly, I'm going to sit down.
Ah, you can be civilized. How charming. So, how are things going with you and Zealous?
They're going great.
For the life of me, I cannot see what he sees in you beyond, a brief dalliance, but, I mean, I guess if you actually were to spend some actual effort on your appearance, you would actually be quite lovely, but at any rate, that's not why I wish to speak with you.
And the reason you want to speak with me is?
Well, just to confirm a few things before we before your meeting with Lord Jadis. Um, so you said when you broke the crystal you wish to meet in Winter Haven
Yes.
in 3 days' time.
Yes.
I have a slight adjustment to the location, but it shouldn't be much trouble for you. His lordship would suggest instead you were to meet in the room where you fought the dragon in the ruins near there, near Winter Haven.
At the bottom of a tower.
Yes. That way, it will.
You can set a trap easier.
No, we will. No, that's not why he wishes to be there. It's a way to reassure you that he will not attempt to hold the village hostage as a negotiating ploy.
You just put me into a trap right now. Why should I believe that this isn't going to be another setup?
This is just so we can talk quietly, without any arguments going on. You're in no danger at the moment. I'll be sending you back to your friends momentarily.
It's the bottom of the tower.
Yes, in the room where you fought there's a back exit out of there where the dragon's cave is.
It is true.
Anything else?
Yes, his lordship. His lordship does insist that it is your entire group show up.
And if we all show up, he'll show up?
Oh yes, he and I will both be there.
Oh, you're going to be there?
Absolutely.
Good.
She arches an eyebrow at you. You really are really do have an overrated, inflated opinion of your abilities, don't you?
You're just like it extends as a body right here and not as a sword.
Sten? You'd rely on Sten to beat me? Oh, that's so charming. You think Sten would willingly strike me down?
Why wouldn't he?
You don't know that much about him, do you? Oh, the irony of what he's been forced to do over the millennia. It's just it's perfect punishment for his crimes. Mwah. At any rate, Kana,
I'm going to be looking to Sten real quick. Does he seem to display any kind of emotion?
he definitely seems confused, but also very angry with Zelia. There's basically you get the impression that he doesn't know entirely what she's talking about, but she's clearly triggering a very angry relationship in him. It's not a relationship. She makes him very angry very quickly.
So at the bottom of the tower, all of us there.
Yes, in 3 days.
Is that it?
Yeah. The other reason I will say this: the other reason that his lordship wishes to meet there, it is a convenient easy place for him to travel there easily, without attracting too much attention.
How does he travel?
You'll see.
Is it just going to be the two of you, or should we expect primordials?
Oh, we may bring a few guards, but that's it.
A few guards?
Just to make sure things don't get out of hand.
And that's it? There's no other pretense to this?
Not at the moment, no. I have no one. As far as I know, his lordship has no other. That is not intending to do anything else.
So where is this?
Oh, you don't know. I guess you could say it's the astral plane.
Gahook?
Ask your brother. He's the smart one, isn't he? I do not understand what he sees in you.
Hand clenching over and over again.
You really are dim. Huh. Well, have fun, and we'll see you in 3 days. With that, she sort of smiles at you and waves pleasantly, and you basically feel you see the room sort of fade out, and you eventually wake up in bed.
Kana?
I'm going to punch the wall next to me as hard as I can.
You hurt your hands when you do that. Stop that.
I want to see if I actually can break through the wall.
You don't break through the wall, but you do dent the paint. You do sort of chip the paint and do dent it a bit. It's made of wood.
Yeah, their drywall doesn't exist.
Kind of what happened.
It was some kind of astral plane thing. She
Yeah.
just wanted to have a talk. She wants to make a few revisions to the meeting.
She, Zelia.
Yes.
Is
And
she going to be there?
what
at the meeting?
revisions?
She wants all of us to be there. And she wants to have it held at the bottom of Zathrax's lair, where we first found Sten, Dragon, all that. He says it'll be easier for him to get there.
There's something about that place.
Says
be
it'll
that
just
rift?
be Jadis, her, and a few guards.
Oh, just those people?
No, at least we know Jadis himself will be there.
In a place where he can miraculously walk in and out of. This is such an obvious trap.
Why does he want all of us to be there?
The same reason he wanted us all to go the first time he met us. He wants us for something. I don't know what. It's just...
He wants to convert us. Maybe he wants to kick into all of our heads, or I don't know. I'm still going.
I'm not going to let you go alone then.
I said I'll go, and I'll go as well.
Well, there's a entrance to a cave leading out of there. In theory, Sarai and I could do what we were going to do before, just take out advantage point while you guys have the meeting. But, well, if you won't talk unless we're all there, maybe we do have to show up.
Right, so we're all going. We're all fucked.
Still 3 days away. Maybe in those 3 days we can set things in our advantage. Maybe do some investigating in that room.
One thing, I wouldn't hold out too much hope of tracking him.
Why not?
Something tells me he's not going to be arriving on foot.
Probably not.
There's one of two options that I can see, knowing his sort of power and the creatures under his employ. One, some sort of long-distance teleportation. Or two, he's coming in on something with wings. Considering the lair that we're going into, possibly something big.
I don't know about that. This cult waged war against kobolds and is going to use a dragon for some sort of ritualistic sacrifice. I don't know if he'll be using one as a mount. I guess it's possible he'll fly in, but I don't know.
Well, We can set up and look in there tomorrow. I actually plan on running over to Westgate real quick, but try to find some stuff out there.
What if I tag along? Got a few things to sell.
It's probably best if the two of us stick together anyway.
All right. Well, if Zellia's going to be there, we're going to take some precautions. Zealous, just make sure that you me the day of.
I shall.
All right. I guess we will sleep out the night then.
Okay.
Actually, no, I stay in the same room. I think at this point, Kana and Zealous just share a room.
Okay.
On the way out, I'm actually going to pull Derek aside and just not a conversation, I think, and just I just think. Obviously, you're figuring out some way of protecting Zealous from the succubus.
Mm-hmm.
While you're doing this, find some way to kill the damn thing.
Derek's going to kind of look at Soraya with a look of, yeah.
Well, let's just say I've known book smart people in the past before. They want to learn everything about something but never how to just get rid of it. And she'll just walk off.
She hasn't been paying attention to me the last several months, has she?
What do you know about bats?
Never try to get...
Quiet down out there, Derek. Me and Zealous are trying to fuck.
Shut up, Zelia.
Well, I can think of one thing I want to get rid of right now. I'll stalk off.
What happens in our sleep, Peter?
What happens in your sleep? That is actually a good question, Chris. Because stuff does happen during the night.
Yay!
I'm not sure if that is actually a question was meant as what good timing, Chris, or wow, you asked a good question, Chris. I'm shocked.
More good timing.
Do I ask dumb questions often?
No.
I was just
So
my
actually,
tradition of harping on you.
Can I just interrupt a minute?
Yeah.
Rewind back to that scene, sorry, before she walks away, as Derek's doing his little, oh, what do you think I've been trying to do? It's bullshit. He's going to actually, yeah. She's going to actually turn to him and says, no, figure out how Kana can kill it, specifically. No rituals, no magic. It's something I think she needs.
But that's how I work.
That's not how she works. She has to make this kill. That's the point I was trying to get across.
Why didn't you make the point then?
Can I retcon
We're
that so
still
she's
trying to fuck. Can you get outside of our door?
Yeah, I just want that last reporter is in character. Don't worry about it.
Can I retcon that to where Derek shoots first?
stop it. Stop it.
Anyway, okay.
So
Zealous is now CGI.
oh dear.
All right. What happens in our sleep, Peter?
So first off, we'll start with Dahlia. Actually,
Oh,
Dahlia, you find yourself while asleep. You find yourself in a large room. There is in the room, you notice a very large, what looks like honestly a. You remember those portals that Keel was using to teleport all over the place and such?
Yes.
It looks sort of like those, but much larger, and made out of fire. Also, you hear faint screaming noises from it, and it almost looks like it's bleeding. Standing in front of it, sort of looking at it, you see the large and imposing form of the Dracolich, who seems to be standing there just sort of observing it. Momentarily after that, the Dracolich's head sort of whips back and looks at you and says, "Ah, you're here."
what was that, Mr. Dracolich?
The dinghy noise.
The Dracolich is getting a text message or
Wait
something.
a minute, I've got a text.
Hold on
Shut
a
up for a second. LOL,
Okay.
Dark Knight Rising.
Right. He looks back over his shoulder at you and says, "Ah, you're here. This is interesting. Where did you see this?"
Where did I see this?
Yes.
Well, I can't recall seeing something exactly like this, but I've seen something like it fighting a man who was dead.
I see. Does this room... This seems to be a memory, however. Does this room look familiar to you?
I look around. Does it look similar to the room we fought Keeled in?
No, it actually looks a lot like the room where you fought Zarthrax. It's got the same sort of, runic square around a rune of power on the floor. And the portal's floating above that rune.
A long time ago, we fought and killed the dragon.
Must have been a fairly weak one, if it was a long time ago. Also, given the size of this room. You fought a dragon. Interesting. So you have not seen a portal like this in this room?
No, I've not seen anything quite like this. Is this meant to scare me?
Potentially. I'm not the one who's actually dredging this up. As I said, this appears to be one of your memories.
How can it be? I don't remember this exact thing. I remember the room, but not that.
Have you ever seen something that has not happened yet in a dream or anything like that?
Yes.
Ah. That could be it.
So you stand with hundreds of years of experience behind you, and I stand with 19, and you can't tell me what's going on here.
Oh, that is that there is a portal to the elemental plane of fire.
Thank you.
A rift, as it were.
Will this open in 3 days?
It's your dream. I can't tell the time frame on it, but I'm guessing it is a potential future. Are you planning on being in this room anytime in 3 days?
I wouldn't have asked it if I didn't think so.
I advise caution then, because if this is in your immediate future, I do not like the prospects.
Although I don't like you, I trust your instincts to keep me alive.
That is wise. Both not trusting me and... Yes, well...
I'm not good at giving out compliments, sorry.
You're hard, by the way.
Really good at saying you suck, but not so good at it.
This is worrisome. Very, very worrisome.
It's an inferno hole. How is it not worrisome? This is right now just imagery. I have to think of how to avoid this now.
Indeed. If it looks like something like this is happening, Dahlia, I may be able to assist in some way.
And how will I do that? Give my body to you again?
No, that would not be of assistance. But I can loan you some. I might be able to loan you some of my strength.
I don't want to get to the point where I have to choose to use someone else's power to shut hell.
Well, I don't blame you for that. I'm just saying if it gets to this point and you need it, I may be able to help. Because as much as I detest you and would love to see you burning and dead, while I'm still stuck in here, I can't allow that. Also, honestly, if the world burns to a cinder, that is not that means my prospects are not particularly good, even if I do get out of here.
What's your goal?
Power, life, conquest by my
If
own
not
claws.
So you aim to turn the world to cinders and rule, rather than live in the world.
Cinders? Why would I wish the world to be in cinders? That's useless. Destruction for destruction's sake is pointless.
Then what do you wish power over?
Anything I can have power over. But just pure destruction is pointless. A return to just unadulterated chaos is not something I relish. Well, I should probably let you return to your normal dreams and rest. You will need your strength.
I'll see to it that you rule not one day. Good night.
I admire your gumption, girl.
Scene!
Yeah, exactly. All right. From there, uh, we're going to go to, I think, Zealous, actually.
Ooh.
Indeed. Zealous, you find yourself sort of started awake, except that you're fairly certain you're not actually awake since since Kana is not in the room at the moment. You sort of sit up in bed and you can see a female form sitting across the room for you in a chair, sort of gazing at you, sort of appreciatively, actually. She leans forward a little bit into a bit of light, and you do recognize that that it's Zelia. Hello, dear. How are you doing?
I was doing a lot better next to Kana, but now you haunt my dreams as well.
Call it a visit from an admirer. I truly do not comprehend what you see in that girl. But
You don't have to.
that is true, I don't. And I know that eventually you will come to me willingly, of your own free will.
Under your own damn curse.
Oh, you think it's just the kiss? Oh, Zealous, I don't think you fully understand exactly what it is I offer you. You will come to in time, though. If you think it is just the physicality of it, You sorely underestimate me and your own desires. Just know, Zealous, as I said, you will come to me someday, and you will come to me of your own volition and free will. And you will leave that pathetic, weak woman behind. Hesitate to call her a woman. I think girl really does fit her better.
Oh. At this point, Zealous has an idea and would actually try to charge and try to attack her, hoping that in the dream world he can do that. In this physical world he can't.
Okay, so you charge up to her.
Yes.
She
yes.
stands up, and you find yourself sort of slowing down as you approach her. And she walks forward and sort of lays an arm on your shoulder and says, "Still trying the same thing over. You do need to come up with something a bit more creative, dear." With that, she embraces you tightly, steps back and says, "Pleasant dreams," and disappears.
Fucking demon.
Um, with that, you eventually sort of wander back to bed and go back into your normal dreams.
Okay. So I'm dreaming within a dream now. All right.
Well, no, you basically fall back asleep, basically.
Yeah.
Before we move on to the next one, I just want to say when you had the when Varseth said that if the world were destroyed, he would have no way to gain power. It actually reminded me of something from Darkwing Duck. I swear to God, this is how big of a nerd I am.
That's the connection we're gonna make.
Well, here's
This reminds me of
it-
Darkwing Duck.
It's a
well, the quote is when Megavolt is forced to do something good because the world is going to be destroyed, and he explains himself by saying, if the entire Earth is destroyed, there will be nothing left to rob.
well, it is a classic line of certain types of villains.
Yeah.
Yes, that is where my mind went. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
You're like, also, coincidentally, the scene with Zealous and Zelia, there's another scene from Darkwing Duck I want to reference.
Wait, there's a scene in Darkwing Duck where there's a lot of sex.
Yes, with Honker.
Anyway, next.
Yeah. Next
Sorry.
is actually Kana.
Yay!
You wake up and you see you sort of sit up in bed. You are alone in the room, except that sitting across the room from you in a chair is the huge armored form that you recognize as Sten. He just seems to be sitting there, sort of brooding almost.
Sten.
Oh, Kana.
What was that back there? Why does Zelia know who you are?
I don't know. I swear I've never seen her before, but part of me recognizes her and hates her, loathes her with a passion I did not know lurked within me.
She implied you wouldn't do anything to hurt her, that you couldn't kill her.
I don't know what that means. I was crafted to slay things like her. That is my purpose.
Were you always crafted? Or did you exist as something before you became a sword?
I don't know of any existence before being this.
How long ago were you crafted?
At least 1,000 years ago. I've lost track of the years over time, but I know I fought. I know I fought alongside one of my wielders during the Great War. During the Great War against Baal Tarath and its demonic minions. And I slew many demons during that. A host of demons during that.
Stand up, get out of bed, then I walk towards him. You said this was your punishment.
Maybe it was. Maybe I was one of them and was forced into this form as some sort of punishment. I don't know. I don't remember. Don't remember that, but
That's what you said when we first met, true? My enemies are your enemies.
Yes. Everything that I am screams out that she is my foe and that she must die.
And when the time comes, I'm not going to get any surprise that you can't kill her.
As far as I know, you should not. As I said, everything I know says that I was crafted specifically to destroy things like her.
Who's your first wielder?
The first I remember uh, was one of the very early, was one of the ancient members of the Totenkopf clan. It's a dark and violent man, if man you could strictly call him. He was not a good person, but he was fighting against the demonic hordes.
Do you care about that, though? I mean,
No,
good or evil?
I
You just in it to feed?
no, what I care about is, I'm not sure care is the right word. What I desire is the destruction, what I desire above all else is the destruction of demons and elementals. That is
Then
what I
why
was,
would Zelia say that you wouldn't be able to do it?
I don't know. I cannot think of any reason why I would not be able to. But
She might just be trying.
but there was something about the way she said it that seemed true almost, which is why I'm worried.
I have to find out who you were before this.
I would be interested to know.
Do you know anyone who might know that?
Not alive. I suppose it is possible that that foul thing knows, but I don't know if you get a straight answer out of her.
I can't imagine a situation where we're going to have another civil discussion.
Me neither. Your brother might be able to find out. He seems a bright lad.
Speaking of him, your power, you're able to suck souls out of bodies, right?
I'm not sure whether it is the soul or merely the life force, but yes.
Can you do that without killing a person? Like if there's two bodies or two souls in one body?
I don't know. I suppose it's theoretically possible, but I've never tried to control the ability. None of my wielders have tried to control the ability. I do not know if it's possible.
If you remember anything, let me know.
I will. And if you find anything out, I would appreciate knowing.
She's going to go back to bed.
As you're going back to bed, he says, Kana, thank you. You're you're one of the very few of my wielders who's ever taken the time to discuss things like this with me. And I appreciate that.
You're not just a weapons den. You may have even had a life before this, so.
Rest well, Kana.
You deserve freedom just like everyone else.
Rest well, Kana. I have a feeling that things will be difficult going forward.
I'm going to go back to bed.
All right. And with that, I think that covers all the dreams and such. So it is morning.
Sten, do you have another form I could use? Perhaps if I shout Bond Guy?
No.
Meanwhile, in Soraya's room.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in Eric's room.
Yep.
I like the idea that Soraya, she's asleep, is still shooting arrows into the ceiling.
You just
Flip,
hear like,
flip.
la 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 la
Flip.
la.
All right. If it's morning, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna wake Zealous up.
Oh,
I guess actually he'll probably wake me up.
Yeah, probably. Unless he
Alright.
decides to sleep in.
It's 1 in the afternoon.
No, it's not. It's 1 in the morning. Oh, right. I only need 4 hours.
Yeah. Well, he'll probably just stay there, trancing until Kana wakes up, since there's not much else to do by himself in the middle of the night.
You're like, I watch you sleep. Like, can we just pretend you didn't say that? I'm gonna wake up and say, are you ready then?
I'm ready, so
Get dressed. I want to head out of Westgate as soon as possible.
all right.
All right. Anybody else doing anything in the morning?
I was
do
actually gonna invite Kana to speak with me and Derek in the in mine and his room.
Okay. I'll say, I'll be right back, Zealous.
No problem. Just get prepared.
What's up?
I spoke with the Dracolich in a dream, in a premonition within myself yesterday. And bad things may most probably happen if we go down below the tower.
What'd you see?
Do you remember the hobgoblins talking of the sword in the rift?
Yeah.
I think Kana has the sword, and I think the rift will open. And it's a rift, the infernal plane.
And you saw that the rift was opened.
I saw the rift was opened, and the Dracolich spoke to me as if this is a great possibility. And he spoke to me as if it was a future memory that I was having, so...
What exactly did you see?
I saw the room that we fought Zarthrax in, and saw a gaping red bleeding hole that was screaming. And apparently it was a gateway to the infernal plane.
Have you had any of these sort of things before?
Peter, was the other thing I had with the hobgoblins burning, was that to do with the tower as well? Was that
No, that was actually to do with
oh, that was a different place, yeah.
that was to do with the village you guys went to that had been burned to the ground and such.
I saw
don't know what
something
it is.
like that. I saw something like that.
Yeah, Derek, that portal, that rift/portal, sounds hauntingly familiar.
Mhm.
I don't want you to go down there. I don't want to go down there. I don't want any of us to go down there. Especially with that bastard and his whore.
The only way he can open the rift is if he gets the blade.
You don't know that.
That's what the whole thing said. You need the blade and the sword in the rift.
It doesn't mean
So-
anything.
We don't know anything beyond the names that these people have given to these objects. We don't know if it's just proximity. We don't know if they're linked with each other.
Jadis said when he first met us that you had done something with the sword so that he could no longer use it. Presumably, you bonded with it, I guess. What if he's luring us to a place where he could undo that somehow?
It seems all too convenient that he seems to know this place so well.
Derek, can you investigate that room? In the next 3 days, find out what magic's in there.
Well, I guess we could travel there in time and take, what, a day's journey? I guess?
Not even a day. It's like a half day at most.
Yeah.
You could, especially with the wolves, you could easily get out there, investigate, and get back before dinner.
All right.
See what magic you can find, and maybe if it comes down to it, if I don't show up, then he doesn't have the blade.
All right.
I mean, if we're worried about this vision coming true, then keeping me and the sword as far away from the tower is the only way to prevent it. Right?
Well, as far as I know. This is assuming a lot, so...
Well, I trust you to figure it out, Derek.
Hey, could you repeat that?
So the Dracolich talks to you then?
Yes.
Can you hear what we're saying right now?
I don't know. It seems not to know everything that I do, as when I spoke with it, it didn't know whether I'd seen this room before, the room where we fought Zarthrax. It didn't know the conversation I'd been having those days.
Well, maybe he just doesn't have access to your memories.
Well, if you can't hear me, then let him know that the last time we killed him, he should have just cut his losses. Because he's going to die again, because he pissed off the wrong people.
Oh, believe me, he won't come back.
I got to get going. Let me know if you guys find anything. I should be back in a day and a half.
Be safe.
I have Zealous with me. I think I'll be fine. I'm gonna head out.
There's going to call for Khan to wait for him.
What's up?
Okay. You know that the things we talked about, back when we were in Westgate. Well, I've been thinking about it, and I didn't really give you the credit you deserve for, the things you said. You were right about a few things, and I guess let me put it this way. I think that I need to be less concerned about, appearing to you and people to be the way I want to appear and just becoming, like that. So I'm sorry that I, snapped at you, and we don't have time to be doing stuff like that.
It's all right, Derek. I was a hassle to deal with when I was a teen, too.
I know I was there.
Not for all of it.
Yeah. Listen, you're in Westgate, do you think that you could get them to send a message to Mom and Dad?
Yeah. She actually had kind of has a very genuine smile right now.
They don't just deserve to know I'm safe. They deserve to know who I am and what I'm doing.
Just give me the message and I'll make sure it gets out.
Okay. It'll just take me a few minutes to write it.
Maybe out by where the wolves are.
Okay. So I'm going to go do that now.
Okay. All right.
I
So
should
you,
have actually probably written this myself. Written this actually. But, yeah, the message is going to read, Dear Mother and Father, I know that you have not heard from me in some time. I wanted to let you know in my own words so that you know that I am safe. I know that kind of sent a message to you, and I do not know how much of it you actually believed. But in short, it was full of lies. I did not have a position, a secretarial position, I guess, in a position of counsel, I guess. That would be it. In Crackadoom. It was Crackadoom, right?
yes.
Right. Instead, I have traveled with Kana to go over the wall. I know that you think that that was probably very foolish of me, and you're probably right, but nonetheless, here I am, and we have been making far more progress than you would have ever possibly imagined. I don't know if I'll ever see you again, but I'd like to think that I will. And when you see me, you're going to see someone very different than the boy that you once knew. I'm sorry that I've been lying to you all this time, but this is who I really am. And despite that, I love you both. Sincerely, Derek Corbett.
Oh.
And yeah, he'll pass that letter on to Kana when up by the Staples when he's done writing it.
It's a sealed letter then, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And with that, I think Kana and Zillis are running off to Westgate,
Yes.
and the rest of the group is going to investigate the tower, the ruined tower.
Yeah, I'd actually like to do a small thing with Derek, like immediately after,
Sure.
like kind of leaves. So we're in the room.
Okay.
Derek,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for being so unfeeling lately. I resorted to stoicism because I thought it would be the best way to act strong against Varsaf.
Well, you've had a lot to deal with, so. Well, we've all been going through some really stressful stuff. It's all right.
I just want to say that if I act unemotional or anything like that, it's not because of you. It's just that I feel that any heightened or lessened emotions will make me weaker, more susceptible. But I actually think I'm stronger without being stone.
Um, I just wish that I could be more helpful to you right now.
How are you not helpful to me? Every day you're finding ways to make yourself stronger and therefore me.
You remember the promise we made?
Yes.
I still want us to do that, but every day that goes by since then, I can't help but feel this desire stronger and stronger to protect you.
I fully
And
understand.
and that's why I just wish there was more I could do.
I owe you so much already for the things you've done. You did more for me in the first minutes of us meeting than a lot of people have done for me ever. The very
Did you want,
type...
wait, didn't you want me to shut up in the first minutes we met?
I hadn't spoken to anyone really for years. I didn't really know how to speak to anyone.
Okay.
The first time I fell, you were there. And the second and the third and every single time I fell, you were there. And it was difficult for me to say I wouldn't fall again when I knew I was going to, but I knew that you'd be there. So you can never say that you didn't help me. You always say you could do more, but you do so much already. You've become over-reliable. You need a break for yourself after all this is done. Everyone comes to you.
When all this is done, kind of asked me the same thing what I was going to do when it was all over.
Relax, hopefully.
Whatever I end up doing, I want to be where you are.
You will be. And you won't have to fry your brain every 2 seconds trying to fight some great evil that's impossible for anyone to understand at the moment.
Well, that's just going to be boring then, isn't it?
I think we can still adventure. I just don't think we'll be fighting against evils of this magnitude. I think this is pretty big, and I hope not to fight something like this again. We will defeat this. We'll kill that bastard, we'll kill that stupid whore. We'll get rid of this stupid Draco Lich. Close that Plania door. Whatever comes next is easy.
So, you think that's what you'll do when it's all done? Go on another adventure?
I could say it's my art.
I'm sorry, what?
Some people paint, some people sing. I battle.
Kind of said something really similar like to that too. By the way,
What?
however much of this Varseth can or can't hear, I don't care.
I don't care about him either.
Just wanted you to know. And um,
Yes?
uh,
Come on, Derek.
I was going to go find out what Soraya's doing.
No, you weren't.
How much of this have you listening to?
Have you seen my ears?
Get out!
Or
As Derek's face becomes as red as his hair.
All right, is that it there?
No, not yet.
Okay. Keep checking.
Derek, you've done things that you need to do. Now do something you want. Are you going to stand there melting?
I'm just trying to...
Oh, fine. And Dahlia just leans in.
Derek walks over and closes the door to make sure that Soraya can't hear. Now go away!
I can still hear you.
And then, very nervously, he approaches Dahlia. Can we kiss?
I'm waiting.
All right. He slowly leans in. Right.
And scene.
Oh, you tease. I approve.
All right.
Suddenly time stops.
Scene transition right in the middle.
Salvardo! Like, oh, fuck me.
Oh, I fucking...
That's when they go to a commercial break and just, ah!
All right. So we're done with that. I take it. So,
Yes.
all right. Kana, you and Zealous are riding along on the wolves.
Mhm.
Um, uh, basically, it takes you about roughly half a day on Wolfback to get to Westgate.
Okay.
Actually, you got it probably closer over this way. I forgot. Longer than half a day. It probably takes about 3/4 of a day. So you're getting there sort of late afternoon.
Okay.
Uh, so you arrive at the gates of Westgate. The guards sort of nod at you and wave you in.
What's up, Hank?
Oh,
That's the guard. I
it's
just named him.
okay. There's one of the guards. Fine. You walk in. The guy behind the desk looks up and says, "Oh, my day is complete. It's you guys. Just the two of you this time?"
I can bring more people if you'd like.
Hang on a second.
Don't you have these papers pre-filled out already
Yeah,
by
I
now?
just gotta dig them out. Hang on a second. Put the couple.
I mean, you already know it's
Just
capital
sign.
C,
Just sign.
A. You could just sign them yourself as long
No,
as
you actually have to sign it.
I want to sign it real quick.
Have a good day.
As I sign it, I'll just whisper, you should really find a better job.
Believe me, I know.
Well, shrug, and I'm going to beeline for the Iron Cauldron.
All right, you arrive at the Iron Cauldron. It's pretty quiet there at the moment.
I'm going to head up to the
The
bartender.
bartender looks at him and says, "Ah, Miss Corbett, I have a letter for you here somewhere." Aha! Here you go. Pulls it out, hands you a sealed letter.
I'm going to look at the seal.
It seems to be sealed.
Is there any like name on the seal?
Oh, it's no, it is there's no name on it, but it does. It looks very similar to the ring. What you do remember, it looks sort of similar to the pattern on one of the rings that Sir Joffrey is wearing.
Thanks. Can we get a room for the night?
Absolutely. You want anything to drink or for any food?
Not right now.
All right. He tosses you a key.
I'm going to head up to the room then.
All right.
I don't know if Zealous follows or not.
Well, since he started with her on this, I guess you'll actually follow her unless she kicks him out.
No.
Alright.
Just gonna sit down though. Stare at the letter for a little bit. Take a very deep breath and then open it.
All right. You open the letter. It says, "Miss Corbett, I have managed to track down the last piece of information we were able to find on Leon Corbett. He, after coming over the wall, he and his group spent some time here in Westgate and then moved east. They did a few things here and there. Basically, list off a few things that they did. A couple of feats of, rescuing some people and such. However, they unfortunately were apparently, several of the company were captured near Acegate. Leon was one of the few who were free. Unfortunately, last we heard of anything to do with him, he was reported in Eastgate and has not been heard from since. He is presumed dead, but no one has seen his body. I regret I cannot provide you with anything more specific or any better news, but this is what I was able to find out. Take care, and I hope this helps. Lord Joffrey."
Kyle's gonna fold the letter up and stick it in her pocket. Just sit there for a bit.
Does she technically read that aloud, or is Zealous just waiting?
I think you're waiting. I don't think she would have read it out loud.
Alright. So then Zealous should just be sitting, well, did you get the answer you wanted?
I don't know. It's the one I expected, but he's dead. Died in Eastgate, sounds like. Probably captured by this lady Sarah.
Hmm.
We get a chance, I need to head over to Eastgate. Well, that was. Don't worry about that. I've buried everything with the body for that guy, so we got more things to do. She's gonna get up and head out.
All right. So anything else? You guys doing anything else in Westgate in particular?
Yes, I want to head to I don't think we named it, but the place where we met Old Pete, or One-Eye Pete, rather.
Yeah.
The keep flagging.
That was the Leaky Flagon.
Leaky Flagon, there we go. So yeah, I'm going to head to the Leaky Flagon if I can.
So you're heading over to Leaky Flagon. All right.
Yeah.
Zealous, you can assume that you take some time to sell stuff at some point while you're in town.
Eventually, yeah.
All right. I'm going to pop back to the group, though, for a bit.
Okay.
All right. So actually, before I do that, what are you planning on looking into there so I can think about that?
I'm going to be basically asking if I could put in the feeler to find out what happened in Wellguard regarding if Ceresa's alive, and then I'm going to see if we could put in any feelers out towards the Arthas parents.
Got it. Okay. I just have to think about that a bit. So we'll pop back to the
Okay.
group. All right. So what are you guys up to? You guys heading out for the tower?
Yes.
I assume
Yeah.
we're all going.
All right. So you guys, it takes.
And if Sarai was not originally planning to, I think that at this point Derek is going to go and beg for her to come.
Yeah,
No,
please.
I was gonna go.
Good. All right. So you guys arrive at the tower. Doesn't take you too long on Wolfback. It may be like not even half a day. I mean, so you get up there. It's looks pretty darn abandoned actually. It's been a long while since you've been here, so
Mm-hmm.
it's not the most pleasant smelling of places because there are dead bodies here. But actually, it's been cleaned out mostly since the town came back to get the supplies. That's right. So it's probably been
Okay.
cleaned out since then. Now I think about it. So you want to head down?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So you head down to the room in question. It's basically the same. There's some dried bloodstains in the floor, but other than that,
Mm-hmm.
so you go downstairs, you go past that one room, you go past the room with the throne in it, and then you end up in the room with the room where you fought the dragon. The runic pattern's still on the floor, sort of the square around the seal in the middle of the floor.
And how big was the portal that I saw in my dream?
It probably was a good 15 feet across, 15, 20 feet across.
Basically, like, it dominated the room, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
It pretty much would have filled the center of the square.
I believe the last time we were here, I tried to identify the purpose of the circle, but I was unsuccessful. But I can try again.
Yes, you can.
I guess.
Well, you are better at Arcana now, so in theory,
No, he's not.
in theory, you're better at Arcana.
Well, he has time to keep studying. I mean, they're there the entire day.
Yeah, you can actually, honestly, you can effectively take 10. I mean,
Oh, okay. Well, that would be a total of 24
Yeah.
then.
all right. The circle itself was definitely established to contain the life energy of whatever was killed within the square, and hold it there.
All right. Is there anything?
And the seal in the middle was designed. Looks like it was. It sort of has some sort of some sort of strange sort of portal magic about it. But it's not like But it's not been the actual spell that was built on it has not been completed yet.
Hmm.
And whatever it is, whatever the actual spell in it would be, would require a lot of magical energy.
Could it be powered by the life force of a dragon?
Uh, that would probably have a fair bit of magical energy about it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Could it be powered by a super powerful sword?
So I don't recognize the portal seal then.
Recognize it? No, but you're fairly certain it's definitely a portal seal of some sort.
Hmm. Well, I guess in theory the thing you saw could have come from this.
In my dream, my vision, whatever, the portal was as big as this circle.
That would require a lot of magical energy, Derek.
I guess it could match up, but let me see here. So the seal in the middle, does that look like it was drawn along with the circle?
No, it looks older.
Oh. Ooh.
Significantly older.
Ooh. Does it look like I could erase it?
No.
Ooh.
Ew.
It's not.
So
Doesn't
there's
look
a
so
bu-
much drawn as sort of engraved almost.
So there's a binding spell over the top of a spell designed to drain something's life force and power something.
If you knew the ritual and you had the power to do it, and you had the resources to do it, I guess it might match up.
Out of character, I'm going to steal a theory from the chat here. But do we know, who knows about Kanna's sword, what it does?
In specific,
Yeah,
outside of you guys,
Well, actually, I meant of us. If I was to make a theory, do I know about this soul stealing bit? I can't remember.
No, I don't think she's said as much. I think that Derek sort of knows, but he hasn't relayed that much information to us.
Well, partially because he didn't get the entire picture of everything.
Derek
Yeah,
knows.
I think
Derek
it's-
knows a fair bit about it because he did get a fair bit of information about it from the book, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
In the book.
Okay, well, I'll keep it vague then. Derek, how powerful is Kanna's blade?
Well, potentially, it could be incredibly powerful.
And you feel, who was it that you brought that up? You feel there's some connection between the blade and the rift?
Well, that was they were mentioned together. I mean, they could just be tools that were meant to have different purposes and are being intended to use together. Maybe they're going to be used just in conjunction, or maybe they're part of the same specific process.
Or perhaps this spell, and she's going to gesture to the circle, is the key, the lock, so to speak, and the sword is the key.
I don't know.
Didn't when you were reading the Book of Arcane Knowledge, I can't even remember where. I believe this was in game that something about a powerful soul and the rift or a portal. I can't even remember. It was a long time ago, but it was definitely in this game.
Yep. There was some.
And I think
forget,
you. Yeah.
There's that a powerful soul or a powerful source of magical. Basically, you need a lot of magical power and several powerful There are many powerful sort of things like dragons, demons, stuff like powerful demons specifically. Their life energy is fairly magically charged, so that would also suffice.
Those are a couple of things. It's apparent that if they were trying to open the portal using, say, the life force of the dragon, then this would mean that they wouldn't have needed the sword in order to do this at least the one time. Maybe the sword could have made it more convenient for them. somehow. Maybe it was just going to be used to keep whatever they summoned in check.
They had the sword, though. The sword was here.
The sword was still in its carrying case, but they had pretty easy access to it.
So there was something that needs to, I don't know, activate the sword. Maybe it wasn't ready, it wasn't charged or something.
I don't know.
We've seen the effect it has on Kana after or during a battle. Perhaps it's powering up. It would also explain why Jadis asks for all of us to be here as well.
Why is that?
Well, put it this way. Kana has the sword. We've got the soul of a Draco Lich.
I don't know if she knows that, though. I don't know if either of them know that.
Let's assume they do. They've known everything up to now, and seem to be able to, find us wherever we are.
But Kana and Dahlia were both going to be among the three who were going to meet with them. Why would they need you and me?
And then perhaps there's a number, I don't know, a sacrificial number or something. Maybe it needs all 5. Either that or it's a willing soul. What a better way to get you here with, to use as collateral against Dahlia and Kana.
How large is the symbol, that the older symbol?
Let me check. Hold on a second. All right. It is a 10 by 10 square. Or circle, I should say.
Oh, I guess that takes away what I was thinking then. I was literally thinking we could just try and extract the stone tile, but if it's that big, no.
No.
Carry it with us.
That's gonna be a little heavy. I thought, maybe if it's just like a 6-inch thing. Okay.
Derek, has that book ever led you somewhere? Ever gave you a location or something to try and railroad us anywhere?
It kind of does the opposite.
Has it ever given you information that has led us to be captured or led us to be compromised?
Well,
Oh, I was just wondering, because
let's see. I found out some stuff about the sword. I used it when we were inside the Temple of Moradin to find out a little bit more about Varsath and what we could do in order to, anticipate what was going to happen. Used it to open a door once. But
It could just be telling you what you need to know.
I mean, I guess it's possible.
I've seen you looking at that book and getting frustrated with it. If it knew everything, you wouldn't be like that.
I just can't profess to know.
I understand. I mean, I've been confused why Jadis would leave something like this behind for us to use unless he anticipated that I would use it for something. But if anything, it's been directionless.
Well, that's a lot off my mind.
I guess we'll have a chance to find out from him, though.
I just don't want that chance to arise in this room.
I'd rather know what
Derek opens up the book, speaking of it, and we'll use the symbol on the ground, the older symbol, and as a reference, and draw it into the book to see if you can find out any more about it aside from what he's already determined himself.
All right. Give me an Arcana check.
Ooh.
Very nice. All right. The book basically Derek, the book almost starts vibrating in your hands slightly.
Whoa.
And then basically you see basically text start flowing up the page.
Do I catch any of what it says?
Oh yeah. You can flip past it doesn't like scroll off the page. It goes to the next page.
Oh, okay.
It's all like a computer screen.
Control
that
F.
is what I got in my head when you said scrolls across the page.
Yeah, I should have said scrolls down. Basically, it flows down. Text flows down the page.
You
I
just
should
see the
say.
scroll bar shrink to microscopic size.
It's not quite like that. Basically, it fills the text
72
quickly.
point.
It was the best of times. It was the best of times.
The gist of it is, it says this is an ancient symbol used in believed to date back to the war between the gods and the primordials. It is believed to be what the part of the warding, basically part of the warding rituals that the gods use to seal the rifts which they threw the primordials back into the primordial chaos and away from the real world.
Shit.
Yeah. It also then proceeds to list off a bunch of stuff. This one in particular looks like it is tied to He Who Walks on Fire and Earth. It says it mentions that the rituals for opening said things, opening seals like this, have been lost in time for the most part. Basically, they predate even the existence of this book.
How would he have come across such a thing?
The only potentially known source that might still have, it does basically say that there is a potential source if the book still exists that would contain elements of these rituals, which was the legendary book, the Book of Days. And then it lists off a few other rituals that would be tied to, strengthening the seal, all of which look hideously complex and monstrously expensive.
I mean, it figures, but...
and requiring multiple mages.
Oh, shit.
But for creating or breaking such a seal, it says the spells predate this book.
You should have got the first edition.
God damn it. It's like, oh, no wonder it's so unhelpful. This is the Cliff Notes version of the
This is everything for dummies.
Arcana for
First
dummies.
arcane knowledge.
It's to be used as supplemental material only. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. We need to do something to prevent Jadis from breaking this seal, or potentially for using it for some purpose it wasn't originally intended to be used for. Otherwise, he is going to summon a giant fire primordial thing.
But why couldn't he do it any other time? Does he need
know.
us to complete this ritual?
I don't know. It's possible he wants Kana's sword, but if that's the case, why does he want everyone here? Maybe he just wants all of us to be a witness to it.
I don't understand why he couldn't take the sword for himself. It was down there for God knows how long.
There's something about us that he wants. Maybe it's a combination of things. Maybe there are certain factors that weren't ready the last time. Maybe having the sword. Okay. Perhaps think of the sword as a sacrificial dagger of sorts. But it only works if what's being sacrificed is powerful enough. Again, this is that explains why you'd want Kana and Dahlia here. Obviously, I'm referring to the Dracolich. Derek, your
Well-
presence. Maybe the book. Maybe there is something in the book that he wants or that he needs, and you're bringing it back to him. Maybe you're just there to force Kana and Dahlia's hand. I don't know.
No. Those volcanic things that we fought before were made from human sacrifices.
But yeah, perhaps that's it. Perhaps they just need a body for the
Someone
elementals.
powerful enough or with a powerful enough soul. It could be.
I don't understand why. Why would he have waited this long to do anything?
It's not simply pride that he let us go. He's too smart to let idiots go. We are important in some way.
He could have finished us off there and then.
He could have. We were bound.
I stand by the theory that we weren't ready. We weren't, for whatever he needs us for, we weren't quite ready.
And I assume that Derek told us about the Book of Days being talked about.
Yeah,
in the
that's
Book
kind
of
of an important
Archaeology.
detail as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that thing that
Yeah.
one guy was going after? Yeah, it's really important.
If that's so, then that Varric guy, he could be working for Jadis too. Although I
Potentially.
trusted Varric so much, he led us into the cave that contained the Dracolich, and he said he was looking for the Book of Days. It could be someone completely unrelated, but if
We
what you're
could be-
saying
Well,
is
now
true,
you're sounding a little like Kana now. I guess it's possible, but I think I
It
find it
does
hard
add
to
up.
think. I find it hard to think that Jadis has manipulated every single move we've made in the past few months.
Well, think of it this way. The Dracolich was bound. Okay, it was in its own little binding spell. It couldn't move. Okay, if Jadis wants to sacrifice the Dracolich's power, he had to get it into a vessel. What was the other dude's name, sorry?
What, Farsath?
What-
No, the other dude, the other
The other
explorer.
dude?
Varric.
what?
Varric.
Varric, that's him.
There.
Varric. Varric did send us in there. He said, what did he tell us? He told us something on the day. It's just
He told us that we would
so
find something
something
interesting.
that
something
Derek could find interesting.
interesting. And we never figured out what that was apart from the
Apart from the
Warforged.
Warforged army.
He also
that's
beat
it,
He also beat us into Wellguard.
Yeah.
But I found a deep trust in him. I read him, but I couldn't read someone like Zelia, so
It's possible.
I don't
Don't
want to
say it.
jump to too much conclusions, but let's just keep vigilant with people.
It could, I mean, the book not knowing the unbind spell, the way to break this seal, it could be the reason he's left it behind. Didn't know what he wanted. As powerful as it is, it was useless to him. But I'm starting to get the feeling we've been led around by the nose for the last couple of months.
And now we're just going to do exactly what he says.
Remember in, sorry, I'm off with names. What was it? The city with the gladiatorial pit?
Wellguard.
Wellguard.
Well,
God. Wellguard, wasn't the ruler of that city punished for what she did with us?
That seems the implication.
As in risking our lives, and then all of a sudden we're assisted out? I'm getting a bad feeling that we shouldn't be here when Jadis is.
What do you propose we do instead? I mean, we knew we couldn't trust the guy when he first proposed we hold a meeting. And yet we agreed to have it one with him anyway.
And then he changes the terms.
Yes, we've been dancing to his tune all fucking month. And we haven't even spotted it.
Well,
It's beyond my
another-
comprehension. If we don't come here for the meeting, he'll find some other way. He'll find some other way to catch us and do the same thing he did, just with a greater smile on his face. I feel so
We need
trapped with this bastard.
I hate to say it, but we need to... Dahlia, you need to have a word with the Draco Lich.
did you?
He's done everything he can to keep himself, you, but more importantly, himself alive. If this is what's being planned, as much as I hate to say it, he's going to know a better way out of it than we will. He's been around a lot longer, he may know of things that can help us.
I've spoken with him already. There's a reason why we're here. It's because I spoke with him. He showed more fear than understanding, I believe. He said he could protect me if things got to the point it would, that I saw.
Well, we can go with our original plan and just have Dahlia go with Zelos and Kana, or we can just not go all together, or we can just follow what he wants, or anything else. Just because he set the terms for the meeting doesn't necessarily mean we have to abide by them. I mean, what's he going to do if he shows up and not everybody's there? He could just leave.
What he's done before.
And even if, if only Zealous, Kana, and Dahlia show up, he'll find a way to. He's got all the components. At least I think. It's all or nothing.
If he shows up and he sees that only some of us are there, he'll probably leave.
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes a matter of the original question of whether or not we want to meet with him in the first place. And I think that's probably going to have to be a decision we wait to see what Kana and Zealous think before we make it.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. I think we're done here.
Okay. So you guys gonna head back then?
Is there any objections?
No.
Already? In that case, we'll cut back to Westgate. Kana, you and Zillis find yourselves walking through the docks district. You guys there?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So you're walking through the docks district. You are. It's a little bit. At the time of day you're here. It's later, so you're seeing more of the seedy element out and about. They are giving you a wide berth, given the fact that Kana, you've got a gigantic sword strapped to your back and look like you know how to use it. And Zealous is a drow and B has looks like is fairly well armed and looks like he knows how to fight also.
Also,
So-
didn't kind of punch some dude last time there.
There's that. But yeah, basically, you do see a few people who sort of look like they're sort of give you the evil, like sort of give you the sort of sizing you up, like wonder if I could take no, not worth the risk. When you walk into Leaky Cauldron, it's quieter this time. There's no there's no bar fight going on or anything like that. But you do see One-Eye Pete at the same table you saw him at last time, sort of sitting there drinking from his mug.
All right. Just to save time, I don't want to need to role play this out. I'm basically just going to ask him if I can pay him to put out feelers to find out if Saressa Arthas is still alive in Wellguard, and to see if we could find out any information on the Arthas family who left
Okay.
Wellguard.
Yeah, he definitely can do that. He says it'll cost you 100 gold total, 50 up front, 50 on delivery of information.
I'll pay him 50 gold then and just say whatever you find, deliver it to the bartender over at the Iron Cauldron.
All right, I'll deliver a letter that he'll hand over only to you.
And then I guess that's going to be it for the night because it's too late to do anything else.
All right. Then it is night. If there's anything you guys want to do at night, but otherwise it's the next day.
I don't have plans.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
During the night, Khan's got to look at the letter a few more times. But beyond that, actually Zealous' passive perception is dumped. So at some point during the night, she's actually probably going to get up and read it. And she's probably going to actually cry a little bit. But keep it to herself and then put the letter away.
Hug Kana extra tight tonight.
Oh.
You aren't aware it happens.
Eh,
She puts up a strong front against everyone else.
fine.
Well, yep.
But the next day, though, in the morning, I want to head to Pridwin's as quickly as I can.
Okay. I think I need to take a short break here just so I can stretch my legs a bit and hit the head. So we're going to take a 5-10 minute break here.
All right. I'm going to send you a message, Pete, when I get back to it whenever you can.
All right.
All right. Bathroom time.
Jadis is literally behind everything. Gas prices? Jadis. Illuminati? Yep, Jadis. Jadis is behind everything except for the Westgate guard. That's why the Westgate guard is just a piece of shit. Because he is the only one who didn't get invited to the party. Jadis is behind Zelia, nightly.
I'm back. Oh, I think everyone's gone now.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm back.
Oh.
I have had a new theory, but I will save that.
I think Jadis actually works for the gate guard. Like, Jadis is behind everything, but the gate guard is behind Jadis. The gate guard's like, I hate the world. These guys keep coming in after goddamn write all this stupid paperwork, aren't they? Aww. That is adorable, Sam.
That's obviously a direct picture then.
Yes.
Aww. Wait,
You're empty.
who's draining the colour from who?
Well, Derek is red because he completely
Dahlia's a,
super
Dahlia's a,
shy.
Dahlia's a succubus. Look, his neck's turning grey. She's stealing his life force.
Or it was actually the Draco Lich kissing.
Get that one out of your head.
Hey Derek, wanna kiss? I'm totally Dahlia. You don't sound the same. No, I'm totally Dahlia. Give me a kiss.
I've got a cold, that's all.
I've just got a cold.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Ooh.
It's an adorable picture, Nick.
I'm clicking on it already. Load picture. Oh.
Told you.
I still say she's stealing his colour.
Ah. His face is as red as his hair. That was fast, jeez.
Ba-da-bum, ba-ba-da-dum. Ba-ba-da, ba-da-da-dum.
Looks like that one fucking scene in Avatar in the cave episode.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the bad Avatar. You're talking about the good Avatar.
Yeah, the Avatar: The Last Airbender series. If you've never watched it, there's a scene where in the preview for the episode, in a commercial, it showed Aang and Katara, where Katara thought, yeah, what if we kissed as part of a way to get out of this cave because of all the lore they've heard about it. And so it shows them kind of leaning in, and that's when the preview ended. And the episode proper gets to the same scene, same scenario. They lean in, the lights go out, and then when they come back on, they're separated from each other, and you don't ever find out if they actually had kissed. Yeah, secret tunnel, secret tunnel.
I used to watch a tiny bit of Avatar.
Lovers divided from one another.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest tools in literary pursuits. Sentence is the cock tease.
There was a movie that came out a few years ago called Me and Oscar Wilde. And it was Oscar Wilde, I think? In which they explained how lovemaking scenes are always executed in books, where they never get explicit. It's just they're like going into a room, and then there's always like a quadruple ellipses.
Yeah.
And so everything, all the hot stuff happens between the ellipses.
Look at the newest picture.
Creepy moment. Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh man.
That is awesome, Sam.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, right.
Yes, we need a Draco Lich going giggity giggity.
Wait, not Oscar Wilde. What the fuck was his name? God damn it. I can't remember the name. I know who it is though.
Oh, that's great, Saturn fan. I'm glad to hear it.
Orson Welles. Duh. Me and Orson Welles. That was the name of it. Very different person from Oscar Wilde. Jeez.
Just a little bit.
Just a tiny bit. Come on now.
It is actually an excellent movie, but you would never know from just looking at the people who are in it because it stars Zac Efron.
No, apparently Zac Efron was good in that one.
Zac Efron, that was the movie that made me realize that, hey, this guy is actually a good actor.
What, you mean they got him away from Disney?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the Wikipedia article now and remembering details from it, but
You know, you could make a movie out of that as well. A young, upcoming actor, finally freed from the constraints of Disney, gains a career.
will he turn into Zac Efron,
From
or will he turn into Shia LaBeouf?
You.
Wasn't this campaign a war against the Drow? That's the that's the framework of the campaign.
You show me one movie, well, there probably are, but where the overarching war is decided by the small party of people it focuses on. Single-handedly.
Patriot.
Fuck you.
The Civil Revolutionary War.
Of all the people, it's fucking Chris as well. Chris hasn't seen movies.
It's not a good example. It's not like whatever. Good.
No, Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings had a huge fucking army behind it.
Yeah, that's true. Frodo and Sam would have never made it to Mount Doom if not for the entire army they raised.
Nope, there's no army for the players to get mobilized against the Drow.
Yet!
That's entirely true. You're right.
Inglourious Bastards was a good example, but that's during the Second World War. There was more than them involved.
Well, technically, it wasn't even the guys that it supposedly focused on. The bastards ended up being like side characters, and then the real hero was just some French woman who happened to own a theater.
Pretty much.
I'm ready to go whenever, by the way.
Yep, I'm back, and
I'm a red.
all right.
I'm a red.
So I just need to back to that. There we go. That finally. Alrighty. So, you guys. You want to go meet with Pridman, right?
Very quick. Again, I don't need to roleplay it. I basically just want to ask her where Glissa is, and if I can't find Glissa, I just want to ask to get the letter sent out.
Glissa is around. She Pridman can definitely get the letter to her though in the very near future.
Okay.
She says she'll probably see Glissa sometime either tomorrow or the day after.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just do that to speed things along.
Okay.
And then I think that's honestly all I had to. There's other things I want to do here, but they're minor, so I can do them in a later date.
Okay.
So unless Zealous has anything he wants to do beyond sell things.
I already sold the thing, so.
Yeah, we'll head back then.
All right. So you guys are riding back. All right. So the rest of you guys get back to town, to Winterhaven. Not much happens during the day. In fact, nothing else happens that day. You guys, have meal and such and sleep. The next day, will be when basically late in the afternoon, Kana and Zils will get back to town. The next day, I believe, if my math is correct. So, all right. So you you three are. Is there anything you guys want to do in town in particular before I throw a little something at you guys?
I do actually.
Okay.
One thing, I forget what happens. You know the assassins.
The cover hall, yes.
Cover
Yes. What did we do with the dagger? Did we keep it?
Yes.
So
we
got
never
all
gave it to Pridwin. At least.
Right.
We
Who's got it
stole
now?
evidence.
I imagine Kana would. Let's not
Either-
two of us.
Yeah, either Connor or Zealous would have the dagger at this point.
Right. I'm going to ask Derek. Derek, do you know the assassin's dagger that Connor brought back?
Yes. As he says, for a mouthful of food, and not just because you asked me that while I was in the middle of eating.
Okay. The magic involved, is that particularly powerful stuff?
Is it? I don't know.
Fairly, it was a one-shot spell, so
Mm.
it was reasonably powerful, but not like apocalyptic mage level.
What reason did the information broker say that the assassins have been set on us?
I don't remember if the letter said that or not.
The assassins were set on you by the people who
By Keel's people.
By Keel's people is the implication. Yes.
Oh,
Whoever's behind Keel being brought back is behind the Carver Hall.
I mean, if you could bring a guy back from the dead, then I would think that you could make a dagger, do what that did just once.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. As an aside, Derek, bringing someone back from the dead, as far as you know, is bordering on impossible.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Without
have to be
the
some
division
sort
of
of,
the gods, no less. Yeah.
you're gonna have to be some sort of powerful mage.
Well,
I'm starting to get a worrying thought. The assassins are out to kill us, right?
mm-hmm.
From what we've just worked out there, we think that Jadis doesn't want us dead. Therefore, Jadis and what's his name again? I can't remember.
Kellerhausen.
Kale.
Yeah.
Jadis and Kale cannot be connected. Therefore, there's two parties in play here. Two very powerful parties. A party that has the power to bring somebody back from the dead and give them quite powerful abilities. A party that may know exactly what Jadis is up to and are trying to take us out before he can put his plan into action.
I don't know. I've been thinking of some stuff along the same lines, trying to figure out who could be responsible for what, but I don't know.
I have, call me paranoid, but I have a theory.
Okay.
Who have we been reporting to and explaining our movements to?
Bradwin.
More and higher than that?
The Winter Court?
The powerful mages of the Winter Court. Do you honestly believe it's above the? It's not in the Feywild's nature to look at it simply and go, okay, Jadis needs those guys to open a portal to the Primordials. We'll kill those guys.
No. First time we reported to the Winter Court was well after that. If they had a way of keeping tabs on us, I don't think that they would have given us a means of contacting them.
I'd like to test the theory if it's possible.
Okay.
We've got, what, 2 days before we need to meet Jadis?
Yeah.
I'd recommend sending a message to the Winter Court explaining them what's going on. I will bet my bow we will see assassins before we head out to meet Jadis.
It's an idea. I personally don't want to be set upon by assassins before all 5 of us are here, though.
No, we'd wait until they arrive, but...
Okay. It's a good idea.
Done.
Okay.
Yep. I'm hoping I've got Peter swearing at me on mute now.
He says nothing.
No, not really.
Oh.
He's like, yes, you're so far off.
Do you have any idea how many different theories we've thrown out and how many of them are probably just completely off base?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if we throw enough theories at you, like some mad Illuminati...
It's all.
person,
I mean, we
maybe
could have
one
very
might be
well
right.
guessed. We could have. Our first instinct could have been the right one, and maybe we've just overthought ourselves in this whole situation.
Yeah.
Entirely possible.
That's part of the reason why I haven't been proposing too many theories yet, because I know that none of them are going to be spot on enough for us to know what to do.
Wait, guys, I've got a theory.
At any rate,
Got a theory.
as you guys have
Bunnies.
finish up this little conversation you've been having, and Derek, as you're finishing whatever your this is about lunchtime, I'm guessing.
Okay.
The doors to the inn open,
Mhm.
and in strides a familiar face, along with round about 10 others sort of dressed similarly to him. It is a about a fairly tall Eladrin wearing runic leather armor and a sort of a fairly obviously enchanted cloak. You recognize it as Sir Uranus.
Oh, okay.
He walks in, takes off his gloves, sort of tucks them into his belt, and says,
Before he gets to the table, I'm going to Merit this right. It's a good thing you said that, 2 minutes ago instead of right now.
Still doesn't change my mind.
and he sort of looks over at you guys and walks up and says, "You, where is Kana Corbett?"
She and Zealous have gone off to Westgate in order to run some errands. They will be back within the day.
Very well. He turns back. Men, we'll wait. Order what you like from the menu. I'll cover it.
Okay, well, we're right here. It's not like,
I'd like
Kinda
a
like
Coke.
While Derek's saying that under his breath, Sarai's actually going to go, okay, then order something at the bar.
He looks at you and says, "I was speaking to my men."
Oh, I'm sorry. Continues ordering.
It's on him.
He sort of looks down his nose at you, Derek, and sort of says, "Suppose you will have to do for the moment."
Oh,
Hey,
that's
everyone in the
lovely.
bar.
I feel so honored to have that obligation.
Indeed, you should be. At any rate, your sister sent a message to us.
Yeah.
Something about movements of Feywild movements out near Wellguard, and something about a Dracolich.
I'm going to glance around the room to make sure that Dahlia's not around.
I'm right here.
Unfortunately, Dahlia's right
Sure.
there.
I was gonna say Dahlia's been with you the entire. She's like right next to you.
I wasn't sure because
I just
Sarai
imagine Derek like lifting up his bowl and seeing if Dahlia's underneath, like opening up his backpack. She's like, "Phew, okay, she's not here."
He picks up the tome of arcane knowledge and checks between each page.
He like opens up the cover, checks under the binding. Nope, Dahlia's not here. We can talk all about her. She's like,
I'm right here, Derek.
Dahlia's like some sort of weird fucking weeping angel. As soon as somebody looks at her, she vanishes.
I either missed the detail where Arclight announced that, or
Well, I just assumed that you were all there because it was lunchtime. So.
I did not, obviously. So, okay, yeah, my bad. In that case, Derek is going to look to try and keep a straight face and say, "Okay, and what would you like to discuss about that message?"
Well, I would like to know whom is currently afflicted with this, and
And why would you know that?
so we know who we can bring, who it is we have to bring back to the Winter Court, so that Her Majesty may examine them and see if she can figure out what to do about this situation.
Insight.
He seems to be telling the truth.
Okay. Appears like his passive bluff is 32. Got him.
No,
All right.
he just sees no reason to be lying about this sort of thing.
Okay. So have you been preparing to meet with us ever since you first received this message?
We've been trying to track you down. We went to the spot
Uh-huh.
where you sent, where your sister sent the message, and you weren't there when we arrived.
Well, yeah, it wasn't very comfortable down there.
Uh-huh. And it's taken this long to find you people.
Yeah.
You know, when you send a message requesting assistance in this sort of thing, it helps make yourself it helps to not make it hard to track you down.
Well, maybe you should have made like the gems two-way connection or something. That seems like an oversight on your part if we're gonna throw criticisms back and forth at each other like this. Didn't you come here to try and offer assistance to us? That is what you're here to do, right?
We are here to escort the person who is afflicted with the portion of the Dracolich, escort her back to Her Majesty for her to examine to determine what can be done about the situation.
Okay.
And how long will
Well,
that take?
He looks over Dolly and says, "I don't know. I'm not a I'm this is not my field of expertise.
All right.
It will take as long as Her Majesty determines deems necessary."
Will we have to travel back to the same portal that we entered the Winter Court from the last time?
No, we can enter one here. But
Mm-hmm.
we've already spent several days away from court, and time if the situation is what your sister implied it is, time is of the essence.
Well, I think that you may have to wait the rest of the day after all.
I take it then it's either your sister or the drow who is afflicted with the Dracolich then?
Well, let me put it this way. Unless all five of us are going, none of us are going. You'll have to forgive me for making that demand, but the five of us are kind of involved in something important, and we were preparing to accomplish that until you showed up. And I understand that the timing is not your fault, but
Sarai's going to walk over and drop something in his hands. There's a menu. Take a seat.
He glares at you, catches himself, and he has that expression of, "I really shouldn't be expending this much emotion on these people."
if you would like, while we're waiting, I can give you some greater detail on some of the things we have been up to that might prove to be valuable information, so you don't feel like you're wasting your time.
Very well, one moment. He walks over to the bar, talks to the barkeep for a bit, pauses, sighs a little bit, and orders a glass of wine. Walks back to the table and sits down. Please do continue.
Story time. I'm going to leave out the details on how we have each been personally affected by the stuff that we've been up to.
But what in particular are you telling about? Basically, is what I need to know.
What we've discovered about the movements of the cult, and I'll go into some fairly deep detail about what happened at Wellguard. And let's see. I think that'll be it for now.
Ah. Do you tell about the meeting you're going to be having?
No.
Okay.
If Dahlia or Shirai wants to bring that up, they can feel free to, but I'm just leaving it out.
Well, I concede the fact that some of that information will probably be very useful to Her Majesty. So I suppose I should thank you for filling me in. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He sips the wine and sort of grimaces slightly and sets it back down.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
It's not bad.
Oh, I disagree with you on that point completely.
It's just not like back home, eh?
Indeed. Very well. So when do you expect your sister and the drow to arrive?
Well, let's see. Was it going to be like a day's journey to and
Yeah,
from?
It was less than a day. It'd be about 3/4. It'd be about, they'd arrive around late afternoon. And assuming
Okay.
things went fairly quickly, they'd be back probably around about dinner time today.
Okay. Well, they'll probably be back this evening.
So be it. He says, "Thank you again for the information, and I will speak to you all again when the others arrive." With that, he goes over and joins the rest of his troop.
What a dick.
With that, unless there's anything you guys want to do before Kana and Zealous arrive.
Not really.
All right. Then it is rounding about dinner time when Kana and Zealous arrive.
I should know. Kind of seems distinctly more uh, serious than she has been in recent days.
Okay.
All right, so the two of you walk in.
Much more back to the grimace she used to always have.
Okay. You notice that Derek, Dahlia, and Soraya are at one table, and you notice there are a large group of Eladrin in the room, and Sir Ronis is sitting with them.
Derek waves and says, "Hey, Con, I guess we just had to show up."
So you got the letter or the message?
We did. He gets up and walks over. So, as I said to your brother here when I arrived, we do appreciate the information on the movements of the Dark Fae in the woods over by Wilgard. And who is it who's afflicted with the Dracolich, so we know whom we're going to be bringing back to have Her Majesty investigate and see what needs to be done.
It's Dahlia, but you have a way to
Derek face
pull it out of her? You have a way to pull it out of her?
I don't know. Her Majesty wishes to examine the subject and determine what needs to be done, as I said twice now.
How long is it going to take in our world to move to where the Winter Court is?
There is a waystone we can use not more than a half day's travel from here.
The time flows differently between the two worlds.
Yes.
If I recall, how long, if we're in there, will time pass here?
It will pass faster at the Winter Court. But I do not know how long it will take for Her Majesty to investigate and determine what needs to be done. And if a solution can be found, I don't know how long that will take either.
Are these like elite soldiers of the Winter Court?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking him in character.
He looks at you and says, "Yes, these are we are the Eldritch Knights."
Can you help us with something?
Potentially. If it speeds things along, more likely.
We have something we need to handle tomorrow night. Wait, 2 nights from now.
Actually, it'll be tomorrow night. But
Is it tomorrow night? Okay, yeah. We have something we need to handle tomorrow. We're supposed to meet somebody. We need to... Basically, we need to kill him. He's a danger to this world. He's going to burn everything to the ground.
is this fool who's involved in the primordial cult?
You know about him already?
You told Her Majesty about it. I am the captain of Her Majesty's guard. She informs me of things like this.
Then yeah, it's him.
I see. This is something I think Her Majesty would probably wish me to do, so yes, I would be willing to help.
Okay then.
What exactly is it? He sits down. I need details.
If you'll come to my room, I'll give you all the details.
Fine.
Go home. I don't know.
I'm gonna lead him up to my room then if he is
He
going to
follows.
follow.
He follows.
Okay. When I get in there, I'm going to explain to him about the sword and the rift and Jadis and the vision we had. The Dolly had, rather. Now we need to prevent that from happening.
Hmm.
And that we want to use him basically as a backup to make sure that doesn't happen.
Interesting. Well, what do you know about the situation in that room?
I'm gonna say, can I say we brought along either Derek or somebody from that room?
So if you want Derek there to help fill in details, then that's
Yeah, because I kind of doesn't know anything.
that's
about
why I was asking.
Yes.
So yes, Derek is there. That's fine. So Derek, you want to fill him in?
Well, the location that we're at happens to contain a seal on He Who Walks on Fire and Earth,
Yes.
and a circle that a group of hobgoblins, we believe, sent directly under Jadis's orders. We're going to apparently use the dragon that dwelled there to provide them with the energy needed to cast the ritual to break it.
Okay.
I mean, it's impossible to determine if this is correct or not. But it just seems strange for Jadis to want us, and specifically all 5 of us, to be there. It's still difficult to understand what use he seems to have for us.
Hmm. Interesting. So, what exactly is do you know anything about the nature of the rift? Or any? Sorry, let me back that up, Carolyn. Do you know anything about the exactly how is he intending to was he intending to what exactly was it about the dragon that was going to be used to open this
Well,
rift?
the seal that he had placed, that his men had placed around the seal on the primordial, would have trapped the dragon's life force there.
I see.
So, presumably, it would have then been channeled into that ritual.
Ah, and the ritual requires the life force or something.
Maybe. This is ancient magic we're talking about.
Hmm. It's beyond my ken, unfortunately. Her Majesty might know something about this, but we do not. Does not sound like we have time.
Well, we could stiff him.
I've seen no problem with that myself, but
Mhm.
that is entirely on your heads.
Yep.
I'm quite happy if you were to just, ignore this and just go with me to visit Her Majesty and deal with it, deal and ignore him entirely. But
No, I think we're going to have to come to a decision together on this.
well, I will say this: if you choose to fight him in that place, and you need our assistance, I would be willing to lend my blade and my magic to your side, and the blade and the magic of my men as well. But if you decide to just come with us back to Her Majesty so she can investigate the Draco Lich, I'm willing to escort you there also. The decision is in your hands.
Right.
Because both these situations are somewhat dire and need to be dealt with the decision needs to be made in some way. And it seems to be involving you, so...
Well, I guess should have the others brought in here to figure things out then.
Very well. If you don't need me unless you need me, I will be downstairs until you make your decision.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. With that, he gets up and leaves the room.
Well,
Do you get the rest of the group up there?
yeah.
All right. So the
That
rest,
was
I assume. So you guys gather in the room to discuss things.
yes.
Discuss away.
I'm just
Yes.
gonna say we explain basically the two options that are before us. Either we handle Jadis now, or we try to go with investigating the Draco Lich stuff with the Winter Queen. See if we handle things afterwards from there.
If we go to the Winter Queen, there's no guarantee that we'll be back in time for Jadis, and if we miss this opportunity.
Yeah, and so will he.
Mm.
Let's put it this way. At the least, if we don't show up for this meeting, there are two things. One is that Jadis will just give up on the possibility of making contact with us, or he'll do it again, but it won't necessarily be at the time he wants us to meet up. That, at least, will be valuable information to learn, because it could give us an idea of how much he cares about what we do or don't do. But with that said, yeah.
I have to say, I still don't trust the Winter Court. What if, for example, the Winter Queen says, "Yep, this Draco Lich is very dangerous," and simply annihilates Dahlia where she stands to get rid of it?
Well, at the least, we found out that she didn't send Eris and his men here just to kill Dahlia. That was one of the reasons I was trying to hold on to that information on who the Draco Lich was affecting.
But remember, she doesn't know about the seal yet. Only he does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I say meet up with Jadis. We're not going to get an opportunity like this for a long time.
I don't know what to decide.
Well, the Winter Queen can wait one more day. Unless Jadis swifts us to another place in this continent. I'm sure we can just go there the next day. It might even be a good escape route if you need one.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
And kill him. I guess that's what we're all deciding. Let's just use their power, kill Jadis, and go back to our mission.
Agreed.
Sounds like the best idea.
I don't know if that's going to work.
What other time do we get to face him? Directly, in person, physically?
It's not going to be that easy.
Of course it won't. But we've got more people here with us.
Yeah, more people for Zelia to turn against us.
We kill her first.
I don't like this.
All we have to do is kill him and make sure the blade doesn't get anywhere near him. So I'll ride out towards Westgate. That way he doesn't have any shot at getting the blade, and it will have the numbers advantage on him.
No. All or nothing. If we go there to meet Jadis, there's no way we're going to have the chance to kill him. He wouldn't agree to meet with us if he thought that there was a possibility. Forgetting the Feywild, he thinks that we're still allied with the Drow in some way. He knows where we are. And you were able to get to Westgate and come back within a day. What was to stop you from informing Pridwin and getting an entire army of Drow to go with us? He knows that there's that possibility. It's not going to work if we try and kill him. It just won't.
He's set the stage so the meeting goes his way. The time, the place, the people.
And that means that he knows that if he goes there to meet with us, he'll be safe.
But we can't be ruled by fear all the time.
Kana, why did you think about meeting up with Jadis in the first place? I mean, why did you think about accepting his offer when Celia dropped in front of you?
I know more about what he's planning. I want to figure out what he's trying to do, what we can do to stop it, and just get some answers for something. But now he just needs to die.
To be honest, I think I changed my mind. As much as I don't trust the Feywild, if my theories are right about this, I'd rather not walk into Jadis' endgame and let him win. Worst case scenario, we're destroyed in the Feywild. Everything carries on as is. Another set of adventurers come out and try and overthrow the Drow. If we go see Jadis, we unleash the primordials on the earth.
We're not going to release them. The sword's not going to be there, for fuck's sake! He's not a god! Just kill him!
We underestimated his power once. It'd be dangerous to do it again. I'm not afraid of Jadis. I just know what he can do.
We have someone stronger on our side now.
You don't know that. The reason that Jace is so powerful isn't the army that lies at his back. It's the fact that he's been in our heads and has been able to manipulate us this whole time.
Then we don't give him that opportunity.
Then why are we going to meet him at the place he wants us to meet him at?
To kill him.
That doesn't matter. He doesn't care why we're going there. He just wants all of us to be there. And I don't think that having just one person be missing is going to change that, even if it's you, even if it is with the sword.
What are you proposing? Huh?
Jadis called for a reschedule. Why don't we do the same?
So your plan's to do nothing.
No. I'm saying we can get to the tower in half a day and back. Let's leave a note for him. Think of it this way. He contacted us and just said that he didn't like the way that we were going to meet him, and so he changed it. If we refuse to do that, then make our own demands, then he is left with the same two options that we had before. Show up or don't. The only other way that he could react to it would be by directing us again more directly. This is an opportunity, and we have to decide whether or not we're going to take it. I get that. But I'm done not knowing how his head works. And I'm done not knowing what he wants to do.
If we're right in what we've come up with over the last day, I'm just about fucking sick of doing exactly what this bastard wants us to do. We decided when and where he was going to meet us. We held a vote on it. We had this exact same argument to decide where we were going to meet him. He clicks his fingers, changes the place, and we're all like, oh, okay. Fuck that shit. This fucker's going to start dancing by our tune.
What tune? What are we forcing him to do?
We're forcing him to maybe show a little bit of his hand. If we change the date on him, change the what's it called?
Change the location?
Change the location, change the time. We force his hand. If he starts insisting, then we know there's something more than, oh, it's easier for me to get there.
I don't quite get what the problem is with just having the original plan, except I'm not there, so the sword can't activate the portal, and we just have the
You don't know
guards
what
come in
does. You
and
don't know
kill
what.
him.
You don't know what does and doesn't activate the portal.
He needs the sword.
You don't know that.
Well, then we fucking kill him, and we end the problem there.
Kinda, it's as we said when we were there, the sword was in that cave the entire fucking time. Why didn't he use it then?
He didn't have
There's
anyone who could
something
use the
more-
sword. He wasn't there.
There's something more to this. And all of a sudden he wants us to meet him where the fucking portal is.
Look, either I hear a better fucking plan than we're just going to sit here and do nothing, or we're going to go with this and we're just going to take a shot at it. Because even if he does run away, then we at least scared him off. But if we don't even take an opportunity to try to get him here, then we're going to be fucking regretting it.
What makes you think that it's going to go as well as you think it will? What makes you think that he's going to show up with just Zelia, other than his word? What makes you think he won't show up with an army of his own, and the numbers advantage will go back to him?
If he has an army, then we're fucked. And we've been fucked from the very beginning. I'm tired of fearing this fucker like he's the real enemy behind all of this. We got bigger shit than this fuckhead.
What are you talking about?
We spend all of our time dealing with this guy. We've got other things. We didn't come up here to kill Jadis. And now that we finally have somebody on our side who's strong enough to kill him, we need to take that chance now. Kill him. End him. Put him down. Get his entire fucking influence on this gone. And then we can start handling the real issue, which has always been the drow.
If you want to find out how to free your gods, we can't just plan on going in and killing him. And you know that. Do you know there are things that you want to find out from him?
Then pull it out of his bloody fucking corpse. I don't care if he
Cool.
gargles out those answers on his last fucking breath. We'll find it out one way or another.
It's not going to work like that.
If it's not going to work like that, Derek, then come up with a goddamn answer!
I gave you a different plan.
Then fucking act on it.
I hate when the group has to choose between the two of us.
Well, we don't have to have a meeting inside the portal room. He always said he would meet us there. We can have one person just stand there as others are outside the exits, and we can lead him down that way for our little meeting. We get him out of the room with a portal, and we put him in a position where we are stronger than ourselves.
I'm just saying, if we go there with the intent of attacking him, it's not going to end the way we want it to.
He's going to have plans.
You said that this is a great opportunity for us. If we do that, we waste this opportunity.
How?
We have to acknowledge the fact that the situation is going to be to Jada's advantage. We can get as much out of this confrontation as we can, but we're not going to get his life. We can get information. We can find out what he wants us to do. We can find out how he's been making us do it. We can find out what his goal is and how he's going to do it. But we aren't going to kill him. Because he won't let us. And I know that you think that we're going to be strong enough. We're not yet. Not yet.
So what's your plan?
We show up or we don't. And I told you what we can do if we don't. Or did you forget that while you were yelling about how he's not a god?
What is your plan?
I told you my plan.
Your plan is whether or not we're going to do something. Make a fucking action!
I told you my plan earlier, you dense fucking moron! So shut the fuck up! You don't get to be angry anymore today. You get to sit down and think like a fucking adult and reason this shit out! And we're going to sit down and we're going to weigh out our options and we're going to think about this logically and calmly.
Go for it.
And you're going to participate that way.
No, I'm not. Khan's gonna get up and leave.
God damn it. They're just going to put this head in his hands.
I'm gonna go try to find the leader of the, I can't remember his name, Aldris,
Uranus.
Uranus.
Yep.
Try to catch up with
I
him.
screwed that up earlier too. Damn it.
He's sitting at one of the tables downstairs.
Can you take me to see the Winter Queen?
He looks over at you and says, I can.
Just me.
He,
I don't even really need an escort.
he raises an eyebrow at you. And he... Oh, dear. Is there a particular reason you wish to see Her Majesty?
I had to talk with her about some things. Try to get all of us on the same page.
Hmm.
And also get my sword as far away from Jadis as possible.
I see. Well, I did promise my assistance here in case it's needed, so I won't leave myself, but I can send two of my men with you to escort you to her, if that will suffice.
Okay.
He gestures to the two of them and says, "You two, lead her to the Waystone and take her to the take her to Her Majesty." He writes on. He basically pulls out a scroll, writes something on it, seals it. That's a pass to take her in. And with that, they get up and they walk out with you, and leads you over towards the Waystone.
Okay.
So you're off to the Waystone. Well, I'll come back to that later, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Back to the awkward silence.
Yes.
The awkward silence, which is going to be Brooklyn as always.
Oh, what did I do?
Don't worry about it, Derek. Your sister's not used to having people standing up to her, that's all.
Now we need a decision, though. Are we going to do the meeting? Obviously, Jadis wants to talk to us, and some of us want to talk to Jadis. We need to figure out if we're doing a meeting and when. Are we doing what I said and doing it outside the cave, or are we doing it in a different location, as you said?
The point of doing it in a different location was
To
was
force
too-
his hand to see if he insists on being in the portal room.
and then we would just go to see the Winter Queen in the meantime. Essentially, in order to do that, we would have to be willing to give up the chance to meet him. That's the risk. The risk of obviously going to meet him is that, well, we would have to meet him
If
on his
we
terms.
leave surrounded by the so what do they call themselves? Knights.
The Eldritch Knights, yes.
The Elder. If we leave surrounded by the Eldritch Knights, then it's a fairly good excuse that we were waylaid. We couldn't make his appointment. We could say they took us in against our will.
And that's how we managed to leave the note. Look, I mean, we don't necessarily have to leave the note at all if we just don't show up. If that were the case, it would force him to have to directly contact us.
Yeah, if
Alright.
we're that important to him, he will get in touch with us.
Alright, perfect. We're going through the Waystone meeting with Winter Queen. Let's get back down and figure out where the fuck Connor went to.
Don't worry about Connor, I can find her.
I'm just gonna stay here for a while then. Oh no, wait, this is Connor's room. I'm gonna go to my room for a bit then.
I'm going to go out and find Connor.
All right. So, Derek, you head over
Interesting.
to your room. Soraya, you go downstairs.
I'd be heading downstairs as well because I'm doing the same thing.
Sir Honest looks at him and says, so have you decided what you're going to do?
Yes, we have.
By the way, you do
Okay.
both notice, Soraya, you notice that there are two fewer of the knights there than there were before.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we have. But first off, have you seen where Kana went off to?
Yes, she asked to go meet with the Winter Queen, so I sent two of my knights to escort her to the Waystone to take her there to talk to her.
I guess we'll see her there then.
So you guys...
Because that's what we've decided. We're
Ah,
going to see the Winter Queen.
very well.
Alright.
So shall we leave now, or are there something you need to take care of before we leave?
How long ago did she leave?
It's only like 5 minutes.
5-10 minutes at most.
Okay. Zealous, you stay here and get the other guys ready. I'm going to go after them.
Alright.
I'll catch up with Kana.
I'll pretty much head back upstairs, tell Derek and Dahlia. Well, actually, I'll say we'll leave. Tell the knights that we'll leave in the morning, and tell Derek and Dahlia that that's when our scheduled time is to go.
Uranus looks sort of a little bit irritated by the leaving in the morning thing, but he rolls with it.
Oh, we have a lot.
No, Soraya, if Soraya and Connor are both going, yeah.
Well, she's bringing them back, I thought.
No, Kana's just basically going to try and... Soraya's going to try and talk some fucking sense into Kana.
No.
Being the two, killers in the party.
All right. Soraya, you should give me a tracking check, then.
Yay! I get to roll dice.
Yeah, you find them. They're.
Yeah.
I will say this, Gav. The tracks are hard to follow, even for you. Like, you actually didn't make it by as much as you would like to have with that roll.
I'm guessing it was a DT30 or something.
Yes. So you needed to roll. About average, but
You still had a 70%.
yeah,
chance of doing
he still had a really good shot, but but they're damn good. Actually, kind of spookily good, Gav.
I told you, she rolls high enough, she can even tell you what they were talking about.
Well, sure. I'm not denying that you're ridiculously good. I'm just saying that you don't think they were really trying to hide their tracks per se. But you catch up with them fairly quickly because you are faster than they are.
Okay.
Your ankle has had time to heal.
Yay!
So you catch up with them.
Okay. Just basically going to fall into stride next to Kana.
You know what?
So
Is
after
that
all...
character noir?
I don't understand what Gav said.
He fell into
He just fell into stride next to
Oh,
him.
okay.
So after all that bluster, all that arguing, and all that shouting, you decided to go see the Winter Queen anyway.
I decided to take fucking initiative.
The others will be along tomorrow. I decided to head out first.
Good.
Don't get too angry at your brother, Kana.
I'm not angry at him.
We worked out a lot of shit while we were at the portal room. It's too much like Will.
Fascinating.
Don't get snippy with me.
Why? Why not?
Because you're angry at something else and taking it out on me won't help.
Good
If
to
you don't
know.
want to talk about it, fine. But watch your tongue.
Talk about it. You've always been so into talking about it.
There's reasons I don't talk. This is usually one of them.
Yeah, I know. I kind of get the same feeling.
Walk in silence, fine.
All right. You guys get to the Waystone fairly, after... It's pretty late by the time you get to the Waystone, but you'll get there. And I honestly didn't have plans for the Winter Court, so which is
Unlucky.
not shouldn't be too surprising. So I think we're going to wrap here for this week, so I
That's
can
fairly
try to
late, so-
figure out what the fuck is going to be happening at the Winter Court. All right. So we're going to wrap up the recording here. For everybody who watched, and I hope you watched the recording. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back next week, hopefully. Same bat time, same bat channel. Tuesday night it's 7, right, Chris?
7 p.m.
7 p.m. on Rollo-T's stream, which is twitch.tv/Rollo-T. There is Shadowland's How We See It, where Rollo-T's Freak here and Randy, whose chat name escapes me. Zulu Tango, that's it. Will be recapping this week's session and talking about what they think is going to be happening in future. Additionally, Monday night we'll be recording Surly Grognard's, my tabletop gaming show with my friend Eric. Not positive what the topic is, but I think we're going to be talking about running and playing games with pre-designed adventures and campaign worlds. So look forward to that. At any rate, hope everybody who's watching the recording enjoyed it, and take care, guys.
Go watch something happen.